You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA Radio Network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
Now that the technological foundation is laid for the PAZNIA radio network, we are now ready to start building out a regular, and more frequent transmission schedule of self-liberational media. Do you want to host your own show on the PAZNIA radio network? Do you already have a show or podcast that you would like premiered or replayed during our transmissions? Something else? Reach out to Coordinator Rayo to discuss details. Email coordinator@paznia.com. Again, coordinator@paznia.com. See you in the second realm.
LUA Pub Records presents the most inspirational alternative band in the world, Richard Greaser and the Bugle, featuring the first credentialed journalist, songwriter, and producer. Is he the next Leonardo da Vinci? No, he's just a man who smokes a lot of cigarettes and has a bachelor's in journalism. With great inspirational songs like The Princess and the Podcast Listener.
I need a Prince Charming to save me from my depression. A man whose full-time job is listening to Bitcoin podcasts.
The hit track, Non-Compliant 1776.
All across the country, the people are awakening. Politicians are quivering and shaking.
This one-of-a-kind album titled Now That's What I Call Defiance is filled with instant classics. This album is not available in stores, and limited digital quantities are available, so order now. Visit libertyunderattack.com/buglemusic to order today.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Hiding things. Harming others. Stopping others from harming you. I'm Thane Riddle. This is Cloak Dagger.
Yo baby, yo baby, yo baby! How's tricks and treats, my cloakas and dagettes? This is Thane Riddle punching in for another underpaid shift boss. It's another underprepared show. Not the least underprepared show ever. Not the least, but not the most either. It's fairly underprepared. It's pretty underprepared. It's up there. You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network, the most spectacular treasure in history. We're hopefully live on zap.stream, folks. Check us out there and zap us. I don't know. Are they still getting DDoS'd months later? Am I ever going to check? No. But anyway, you can zap us on Noster. You can send Lightning. Or if you're less gay, you can go to xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. Tell them Thane sent you. This is Diabetes Awareness Month, folks. Welcome to November, also known as All Saints Day. The day when you've eaten a lot of candy on an empty stomach, and maybe you're eating more. You've made all your trades, all your candy trades have been locked in, and the stock market has opened again. And now you get to consume the candy. This is Diabetes Awareness Month. Take it easy on that and be aware of the diabetes that you have now gained. Rayo 2 is the poster boy as a victim of diabetes. For him, The sweetest candy that he has is merely the look made upon him by his free mate. What's her name? Aura or something, some kind of Jewish name or something. I don't know. He's controlled opposition, folks. Anyway, go to PAZNIA.com/SimpleX Radio. Get your ass to the PAZNIA Radio Network chat on SimpleX. If you don't want to install SimpleX on Android, they got a desktop client. Later on, I'm going to start taking call-ins at the end of the show. I don't know, probably an hour or something. Go to PAZNIA.com/call in an hour, or go to PAZNIA.com/SimpleX Radio. Either way. To say shit to me in text. I'm going to read some stuff there. I don't know. I have no clue what people have said there. They're probably just talking amongst themselves about something, about pop music or something. I don't know. What do these people talk about in there? Who knows? We're going to find out later. Today on the show, we're going to talk about sneaking around. Okay. Because if you're listening to this show, it's because you want to be a ninja. Ever since you were a kid, you want to be a ninja. Let's hope that I haven't talked about this already on the show, because I don't keep track of that very well. We're going to talk about sneaking around, going unseen, going unheard, like a ninja in a stealth game. And for building the second realm networks, we're going to talk about building second realm networks, as in social networks in person. What's that, you say? I said that the last 2 weeks that I was going to talk about that and forgot to do it both times. Well, third time's the charm, for reals this time. We'll talk about vetting people and all that crap. That's it. The guest is nobody. Go fuck yourself. Around 5 Eastern, 2 Pacific. Go to PAZNIA.com/call to call into the show like an hour from now. And go to PAZNIA.com/SimpleX Radio. Join the text chat. Now let's talk about news. Digital news. Bit 444. Everyone keeps talking about this crap, all the blah, blah. There's some drama in Bitcoin op codes. Oh, no. Maybe they'll put child porn in op codes and so on and so forth. And so there's these Nazis who want to take away the op codes or something, or make them smaller or whatever. And Bit 444 is the latest thing. They're proposing a temporary soft fork, kind of like, in the Patriot Act gave the government of the United States temporary emergency powers, or whatever, to surveil you and for the president to go to war whenever he feels like it and stuff. And those emergency powers never went away. Maybe it's kind of like that temporary soft fork of Bitcoin, to just temporarily give us the stupid fix we want that doesn't work, so that we have 1 year to figure out a better fix, even though there's nothing broken. There's no problem. It's an imaginary problem. If they made... I'm not like... you might have heard, if you're a religious listener to the show, which I know you are, you may have heard like Thought Crime Boss or something asked me like, what do you think about Knots versus Core? And I was like, I don't fucking know. I don't really, you may have caught on that I don't really follow this stuff very closely. But I've heard enough to feel like it's just stupid. I've heard that like they say, oh, this is non-financial transactions that we want to non-financial data in the transaction, but that's not really true, because that field is used for mini scripts and stuff, which are financial. So they would break mini scripts and stuff if they brought the size down. Also, it won't work. Somebody, in order to mock Bit 444, they encoded the whole, like every letter, every word of the Bit 44 proposal. They encoded it in a Bitcoin transaction without using like the opcodes or anything. Like they totally complied with their proposed thing, and still were able to encode the whole proposal, like as a little joke, just to sort of show off that their fix is retarded. It doesn't work. You can't stop people from encoding data in financial transactions like this. It's just wrong. Like you can't restrict speech on a free speech network. You can't. The network is uncensorable by definition, and data is data. It's hard to. You can always encode. We talk about this on the show a lot, talking in code and steganography. There are all sorts of ways to encode things in. I can send a slightly different number of sats or something to encode something or whatever. It's a dumb idea. Anyway, other digital news: chain code delegation. I feel like that's a much more interesting proposal to Bitcoin that no one's talking about. There's this thing that and once again, you'll be able to tell that I'm kind of like fuzzy and ignorant about this. There's this thing where like folks use multi-sig wallets as a like a fail-safe thing, where like if they use the keys, if they lose their key rather, then they can get this sort of custodian, so to speak. They're not really a custodian. They don't have your coins until something has gone wrong and a key was lost. And it's not the best way to deal with that, but it's a way that some people do it, where there's a multi-sig wallet and the third party can come in and help recover the coins at that time. But it results in all of your past transactions being shown to them. Big problem, big privacy problem. Chain code delegation would fix that. And blah, 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 cryptographic magic we don't have time to talk about, and I can pretend that I know everything by saying that. Chain code delegation will allow for you to have your cake and eat it too, where this multi-sig thing, it'll just be the transaction that transfers the coins into their control, so it won't backwards reveal all the shit that happened before. So it'll kind of fix that problem. Kind of a cool idea. It's not bad that people have this in the toolbox for recovering stuff. I've talked at other times about Shamir passphrases and blah 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 blah, smart contracts. There are other cool ways to pass down your crypto for an inheritance, or but really we're still early days on that shit. One day it'll be much more advanced. And other digital news: Trezor Safe 7 is coming out. You've probably heard me say that likely the best multi-coin hardware wallet out there is Trezor. Yeah, there are other good hardware wallets out there that are like Bitcoin only or whatever. But Trezor wallets are multi-coin wallets that most of them support Monero. Unless you were getting like a fucking Trezor Model 1 or whatever, everything after that like supports Monero, I think. Trezor Safe 7, I think, is the first hardware wallet to have their secure element. What's it called? It's called fucking Tangerine Square or some shit like that. I can't remember what it's called. And the Trezor guys are going around saying this is the first open source secure element, first open hardware secure element ever. A common problem with open hardware, the claim of open hardware, is that it's more often than not, it's a fuzzy claim, because the world for open hardware is so bleak that even a little more openness is enough to brag about being open. Oh, it's open hardware. But anyway, it is really cool though, mind you. One day we'll have even more open secure elements, but it is, I think, likely the most open secure element there's been. And the Trezor Safe 7 is the first product to actually have it in it. It's kind of cool because, other products it's not just for Trezors. Secure elements, I don't need to bore you to death with, but let me tell you, secure elements, they're these magical little cryptographic chips that all sorts of things rest on for their security on the hardware level, including like shit like ATMs or whatever. And like the world of secure elements, it's not just that it's closed, it's that it's corrupt and like they don't work very well. Like there are secure elements There are all these certifications for secure elements that corporations like check these boxes and, oh, I got this certification and that certification, and that means our secure element is secure, but they're like vulnerable to all these attacks and shit. It's all a sham. It's kind of like how the cybersecurity industry in general is a bit of a sham. It's kind of like that. So yeah, that's all the more reason to want more open hardware secure elements. It's a big deal for someone who's nerdy enough to halfway understand it. And I'm glad that they're doing that crap. Are we doing a good time wasting time talking about the news? Am I going slow enough and using an unnecessarily large amount of words so that we can get rid of all this time I have for this radio show that I have to pretend I prepared for? Okay, let's move on to Mother Earth threats. A hurricane ran through the Caribbean already, hitting Jamaica and flooding Cuba. If that harmed you or any of your stuff, sorry about that. This isn't the show to listen to get the warning about something that's happening in hours. It's the show where we tastelessly make fun of you after you've already died. So yeah, watch out for that. If you live in the Caribbean, 1 week ago, you should be careful about that hurricane thing. Hurricane Magdalena or Melissa or Mary Magdalene, something like that. She's a sexy hurricane goddess. Let's hope they have anime girls. Do they have anime girls for every hurricane? They probably do. Melissa Tan. Anyway, that's sad about Jamaica. Everybody knows most of our listeners are ashwagandhans. But one of the runner-up countries is Jamaica. A very big lot of our listeners are Jamaicans. Don't worry, everything gonna be Irie. We're gonna get back to fighting Babylon and eating beef patties with cocoa buns and so forth soon. I don't know. Let's hope they're not too soggy. I'll remind you the Cuban economy is kind of collapsing after many tens of years of being preyed upon by one of the most socialist states in the world, but it's not so bad. I think Cubans are used to all the infrastructure being broken anyway, so it's no big deal. I think the tourist traps, I might have heard the tourist traps were mostly spared in Cuba, so whatever. That's how they make most of their money out anyway, so they're probably fine. I don't know. I didn't really check. In economic news. Okay, so that thing about the U.S. tariffs on Chinese shit going up an additional 100% starting today, seems like that shit isn't happening as far as I can tell, folks, at least not for now. We can be grateful that the U.S. president is shockingly weak to being buttered up, like shockingly weak to being buttered up by anybody. Like this dude would let Ted Bundy date his daughter as long as Ted happened to be heaping enough praise on him. And Lord knows Ted would. He was a very charming guy. I can only wonder in horror at what women have done to the poor U.S. president in his lifetime. I mean, like, geez, like they stab you in the back and then turn around and say they love you and they're sorry and all's forgiven over and over and over again. You fall for that over and over and over again. If a fascist dictator that wants to nuke his country can pull that shit on him, I can only wonder at what awful shit has befallen him at the hands of like supermodels and shit like that. I feel sorry for him. Anyway, don't chill out quite yet, folks. Keep that butthole ever so slightly clenched. The threat of arbitrary trade war bullshit still looms on the horizon always, and seemingly rests upon whether those who falsely imagine themselves to be your rulers woke up on the wrong side of the bed that morning. At Cloak and Dagger, we don't care much about little threats and decrees written on paper, boss. You can forget about all that crap. At the end of the day, down here on Earth, the territory claimed by the fascist People's Republic of China holds pretty much all the world's rare earth refineries, among other key industries, and that would take years to change, and it would not be easy. And these so-called Chinese communist motherfuckers are mortal enemies of Western globalists. Like they want to destroy them. They want to be the ones to rule the world, and there's no room for two in this situation. So there's no way in hell those very big worldwide economic imbalances won't lead to big problems. It's a question of time. And truth is, I think I first started telling my clients to stock up on electronics and look forward to electronic shortages back in, I think, 2019. is one I first told people. Believe it or not, I was saying in 2019, because the whole 2020 thing, it wasn't about the COVID-19 hoax. There was going to be an economic crash coming anyway. It did happen. There has been electronic shortages. You still don't have a PS5, boss. There are still electronic shortages on and off for the last 5 years or whatever. And it's merely been, on and off. And I think that what has happened could maybe very small. What has already happened is probably pretty small next to what will happen in the coming years, I think. I'll be happy if I'm wrong, but if I'm not, then whatever, you'll just have some extra crap lying around. So if you have enough left over after your hidden fallout shelter and your food and supplies and all that shit, you should make sure you have all the gizmos you need for the next decade or so too. And you may want to go for one or two of the more durable gizmos, like some of those old ThinkPads we have at libertyunderattack.com/Thane. And get, because those ThinkPads are pretty durable. They're showing their age a little bit. I feel like it's nice to have more RAM than 16 gigabytes or something. I don't know. Maybe does Jammin sell one that goes up higher than that? I think he does actually. But the Heartbleed, the CPUs are still vulnerable to Spectre V2. I think, not to get too nerdy on you, there are security benefits to getting a newer laptop, is the bottom line. But those old ThinkPads are just so reliable. So you might want, if you just want some extra backups that will survive being run over by a tank, then get a ThinkPad or two at libertyunderattack.com/Thane and get some extras when it comes to the parts that get worn out over time, like batteries and like ports and shit like that, USB ports and charging ports. Even if you don't need this shit, they could make for good trade in the apocalypse or whatever. The apocalypse is not happening, folks. That would be kind of fun if it did, but instead we're just going to get a boring cypherpunk utopia but we have to fight for it, folks. So get an extra ThinkPad or two in case the U.S. Government hits your first laptop with a missile or something. In logistical news, in South France, near the Mediterranean, somebody thought it would be cool to set fire to some shit on the high-speed rail lines. And namely, they set fire to gear that looks like it might be needed for the trains to work right, like signalers. Now, truth be told, these kinds of attacks happen all the time, and it's well known that they are mostly done by Antifa. But this one got brought up in the news more, I guess, because this one was a bit bigger than the other ones, and it led to more delays and rerouting of the train lines. So yeah, you can take that as a reminder to not put too much stock into the state's logistics networks, or if you want, you could keep it in mind if you want to take down some trains, I guess. But I can't help but ask myself when something like that would be a good thing to do. When would it be good to take down trains? I don't know. It seems like something mostly evil people would want to do, like to stop people from evacuating a disaster, something like that. I don't know. When do you want to stop a bunch of passenger trains? Well, you could want to stop, obviously, cargo on trains, right? That could be like a logistical attack against the military or something. All you got to do is set fire to some signalers, it seems, depending on the train line, maybe. So yeah, not too hard to do. Seems like fun. Crackdowns and psyops news. Last week or something, I told you how they said that guy they used this guy to trigger the UK riots earlier this year because he fucking raped someone or something. I don't know. It all blends together to me. Last week, I told you he was mistakenly let out of jail, right? That was the latest psyop. Well, the story got like much funnier this year. This week rather. They say that they found him after like 1 or 2 days of looking. Oh, a crazy manhunt. Everyone's on the lookout for this guy. He's a scary African man. And it took like 1 or 2 days, but he like wasn't doing anything to hide at all. The story being told is shaping up to something like this. After they let him out of jail, The guy, I guess, was about as weirded out by this as everybody else, because he tried to go back to jail right away. And he hung around the jail for at least a few hours trying to get back in. And they weren't letting him back in jail. And then the jailers were like, no, sweetie, go this way, go away from the jail. And they walked his ass all the way to a subway station and sent him off with a prepaid card loaded with money. So he was like, all right, that's weird, but I guess I'll hang out around town and spend this money. So he then started wandering around London, which I'll remind you is the most heavily surveilled city in the world, likely. And he was wandering around buying shit with the prepaid card that the jailers themselves gave him. So all the transactions are easy to track, and he's like on cameras the whole time. Every few hours or so, the bludgies would send to the news some surveillance cam footage of him tooling around somewhere, and the news would play the footage. Latest update in the manhunt for the scary African man. He's seen walking around, over here and over there. Some crazy big manhunts happening. For a while, this guy seemingly didn't check the news himself. So at first he had no clue anybody was looking for him. But later on, according to him anyway, he said that he did learn that folks were looking for him. And let's not forget, this is the guy who was trying to go back to jail from the start. And if you were in his shoes, you'd likely want to be found by bludgies before you were found by some kind of conservative rioter or something who wants to lynch you. So as soon as he learns folks are looking for him, he finds a bludgie and tries to turn himself in. And guess what? The bludgie made like he couldn't hear him and quickly drove away. In the end, this guy was only quote unquote caught when some random motherfucker saw him in a park and called the bludgies. So to recap, bludgies kicked him out of jail. He tried to come back. They kicked him out harder. They watched him on cameras all day long, didn't lift a finger to catch him. When they tried to turn himself in, they ran away from him. And then they only came to get him when somebody called in a sighting. Kind of seems like they were hoping it would end with a bit more of a bang, huh? Like maybe they were hoping, someone more interesting would find him and they would do something. They'd have some kind of confrontation, but oh well, better luck next time. It just didn't go down like that. And while that was going on, the civil unrest fairy enlisted another brown-skinned guy to do some stabbing attack on a poor little boy and a poor old man. Oh no, boo-hoo. And this has conveniently stoked the fires of civil unrest more and more, helping to bolster the ranks of conservative-controlled opposition groups that will run more riots and lynchings for many months to come. And I'm sure they'll call for the bludgies to crack down on crime more, or whatever. It's pretty. It seems like plain bald-faced psyops shit to me. They said that a bunch of here's another. This is my favorite. This is one of my favorite news items today, folks. This is also, I put this in crackdowns and psyops, but it's really just fun. So they said that a bunch of lab monkeys escaped this week. You see, in Mississippi on I-59, they say there was a car accident with a truck that was transporting a bunch of lab monkeys being used for medical research. So the monkeys got loose. And they said that the monkeys were infected with all kinds of contagious diseases and so forth, some of which may or may not even be real diseases. Then they claimed that they either caught or killed all the monkeys but one. That's right, folks. One fateful lab monkey was still out there somewhere, roaming free. But wait! Then they said that they must have made some grave mistake, because it turns out there are 3 monkeys out there now. But how could they have made such a grave mistake? Well, some say that at first there was only one monkey on the loose, but he was an ultra-intelligent monkey with white fur who stole a time-traveling device. Then he went back in time and recruited other monkeys along the way to fight for a mysterious cause. So that's why there are now at least 3 lab monkeys on the loose and counting. But there is good news, folks. As most of our listeners already know, the only way to fight time travel is with time travel. So, the lead professor behind this research has recruited a specially selected 12-year-old boy to catch all the monkeys. Right now, he's being trained to operate his own time-traveling device and wield a special net designed to capture and teleport monkeys, as well as many other cutting-edge gadgets that are believed to be safe and effective for fighting the spread. The WHO and the CDC have sent out strongly worded recommendations to each good citizen of the world to do their part and buy a DualShock controller, as it is believed that 2 analog sticks and vibrating motors will be needed to wield these great new tools of tomorrow. Make sure to buy your DualShock controllers, folks, before the tariffs kick in one of these days. Get stock up on DualShock controllers. War news. Venezuela was readying themselves for a U.S. invasion earlier this week. Kind of funny social media leaks were happening in Venezuela, like social media leaks of military shit, like military movements. Like there was like a land-to-air missile battalion, Venezuelan land-to-air missile battalion whose location was leaked by a social media post or whatever. It's kind of funny, fumbling around over there. Venezuelan military doesn't seem to care or be aware of the internet's existence. It's just like a bunch of boomers or something. The U.S. said they carried out more strikes on narco ships in the Eastern Pacific. So they're keeping on with this trend now of doing shit in the water to the west of South America, not only the water to the east of South America, hitting her from both sides. Anyway, this week, I think they said they hit 5 ships and killed 18 folks altogether. So the numbers claimed are getting bigger and bigger all the time, it seems. And that's all in the Pacific alone this week, which is, I don't know, before they were doing stuff in the Caribbean more, now it's the Pacific. I'd say it's a good bet that the U.S. invasion of South America is going to keep ramping up. On that note, months back when all this shit started, I said something oddly soon. I think I might have been, I'm the first one I'm aware of who said something like this. Like I said something like, as soon as they sent in a couple destroyers, I was like, well, they could be setting up a defense for an aircraft carrier, which could lead to, because they want to strike land targets. Well, folks, it's finally happening. The aircraft carrier, the U.S. aircraft carrier, is being sent. It's slowly swimming along. They're very big, lumbering, slow ships, folks. It'll be there next week. It hints very, very, very strongly that the U.S. Wants to strike land targets within Venezuela. That's likely incoming. They will likely start with cartel targets, but the Tren de Aragua cartel is pretty much a shadowy arm of the Venezuelan state. It's almost like the CIA of Venezuela in a way. After all, the CIA is itself a drug cartel, right? The CIA kind of runs the cocaine industry. So yeah, drug cartels and intelligence agencies can be hard to tell apart sometimes, and this is no different. Tren de Aragua, maybe they'll hit them. I mean, they already declared the Venezuelan president a terrorist leader, so the hint is clear. They want to invade Venezuela for regime change. They want war with Venezuela. It's not only about cartels. It looks like the old invasion of Panama in the 80s and 90s. There were similar pretenses to that as well, I think. If Venezuela fights back, the U.S. is quite ready to take them on in a straight war. This shit's going down, folks. By next week's show, the aircraft carrier will have reached the war theater, and we'll likely have some juicy news about that. Tanzania, one of the latest countries to see a big uptick in so-called civil unrest. You know how it goes sometimes in Africa. They have an election, but the president doesn't allow his opposition to run in the election, that kind of thing. Well, a lot of the times people take that lying down, but in this case, in Tanzania, it pissed some people off. So now there's some shit going down in Tanzania. We'll have to watch and see if this becomes another Zoomer uprising or what. You might not think much of Tanzania now, boss, but they've got almost 70 million folks there. And I think Africa is going to be a bigger deal going into the 21st century myself. So it may be worth keeping an eye on how this one goes. Let's see. Israel has been doing a bunch of airstrikes on Lebanon this week. Funnily enough, some of these attacks are almost minor skirmishes with French jarheads in UN posts in Lebanon. Believe it or not. Yes, that's right. In case you don't know, sometimes Israel will soft attack Europeans that they don't like, or at least fuck with them a bit when they're in a country Israel is attacking already. As you know, nobody likes either Jews or the French. So, of course, they don't like each other either. And we're talking very silly shit here, folks. Some cartoony shit going down here. Like, I think an Israeli drone was like buzzing around, pissing off these French jarheads. So they shot the drone down. And then Israel sends another drone to drop a grenade nearby. And then they shoot a shell from a tank nearby. And then they send airstrikes near other UN spots, stuff like that. Pretty much Israel's MO, right? Provoke somebody into attacking you in some small way and then pay the victim back with disproportionately big retaliation. That's very, very Israeli thing to do. Let's see. Russia was carrying out some new tests out in the open of a nuclear-powered torpedo system, which some folks out there may already know as Poseidon. And blah, blah, blah. The U.S. said, we'll ramp up nuclear something or other tests too. It kind of seems like people are mixing up the difference between nuclear-powered and like a nuclear warhead. Like a nuclear missile can be nuclear-powered, like a nuclear submarine is nuclear-powered. It doesn't mean they have a nuclear weapon on them. That's a different thing. So we're not talking about a nuke test. We're not talking about a nuclear warhead test. We're talking about a nuclear-powered torpedo, which is cool and all, but I mean, you could put a nuclear warhead on it, but what are you gonna hit? Atlantis? I mean, like, it's a fucking torpedo. So I don't know what all the hubbub is about, really. I mean, it's cool. It's important development in the world of. I mean, they've been doing this stuff they've been developing this shit since the 80s. I think the nuclear torpedo thing, and whatever. And when it comes to testing nuclear warheads, I mean, yeah, the most recent tests out in the open were in the 90s. It's possible a lot of people think they're still doing them underground secretly. Oh yeah, and then the U.S. president said the U.S. has the biggest nuke stockpile. Let's just clear that up. That's not even close to true. Just so you know, the U.S. nuke stockpile, not even close to the biggest. The Russian nuke stockpile far outstrips that. The Russian nuke stockpile is the biggest. And China has a big one now, but nobody knows for sure quite how big it is because they've done a good job with the shell game of moving trucks around and having secret tunnels. And so it's hard to tell even from satellite intel or whatever how many nukes they have. In the South China Sea, 2 U.S. Navy aircraft crashed within about an hour of each other. This is probably bad luck. Flying airplanes really fast is dangerous, folks. It's likely that they just crashed, and it's just a coincidence that they crashed near each other and in the same area and near each other in time and space. But could there be some sort of cool secret, Chinese electronic countermeasure that they were testing? Sure. Yeah, why not? They seem to be into stuff like that. So it's not out of the question, but chances are it was just bad luck. Of course, Israel has kept their peace celebrations going strong this week with a parade of airplanes flying over Gaza, dropping care packages that festively explode on impact, bringing eternal peace to almost 100 Palestinians. That's nice. It's nice to hear the peace deal is going so well. And let's not forget, Liberty Under Attack is waging war on ignorance, folks, with the Self-Liberation Book Bundle. Go to libertyunderattack.com/SL bundle and check out this shit that has almost every book on Liberty Under Attack. A small library, dear listener, coming in at 27 books. And they aren't any old books. They are the very own Liberty Under Attack books, which is the best, most helpful, most down to earth, most fun book catalog in the world. Might remind you a little bit of the old Paladin Press or Loom Panics. And you can always pirate those old books. Some of them are out of date now, and you can get the cutting edge books about blowing off your arm or killing cops or whatever cool shit you're into over at libertyunderattack.com/SL bundle. Leave him a note saying Thane sent you so you can liberate yourself, liberating me, and liberating all sorts of things. Liberate, libate, and librarify yourself with a big fat 360 win. libertyunderattack.com/SL bundle. And if you want to officially join the second realm after blowing off both your arms and killing all these cops and stuff, you've got stuff to brag about now. You're getting vetted with all sorts of Fight Club rituals. Well, now you can also blow a bunch of money to prove yourself even more and get discounts on hustles in the Agora, more access to the PAZNIA network, an elite organization of paraplegics that use their wheelchairs every day, and maybe even some free PAZNIA merch. Go to PAZNIA.com/Thane. That's THANE. Check out all the perks of becoming an honorary stakeholder and put in coupon code Thane to get $25 off. And let's not forget that right here on the PAZNIA radio network, the greatest treasure in all of history or whatever, most spectacular treasure, on the first and third Mondays of every month at 7 p.m. Central, Richard the Dick Greaser will take over the Second Realm airwaves on Music Monday. He's a credentialed journalist, award-winning songwriter, and connoisseur of non-KYC cigarettes. And he's going to take you through a tour of deep tracks, entertaining, enlightening banter, and an overall great time. He's funny, and the music is not horrible. Go to PAZNIA.com/radio to find links to stream on YouTube, Odyssey, Zap.stream, and Rumble on the first and third Mondays of every month. And now, we can enjoy the time that we've burned up talking about the news, taking too long to talk about the news, and enjoy this now thankfully, gratefully smaller window that we have to talk about a big topic. I'm sure I'm going to be interrupted with the pre-recorded ad this time, folks, because believe it or not, out of all the shit that I already wrote, okay, for the hiding things submission to Vonu Life 2025, because that's what I'm doing here on this show, folks. I'm just regurgitating crap that I've already written so that I don't have to put work into making the show. I'm running out of stuff, folks. That's why we're going to have to start taking desperate measures, like talking about more books that other people wrote, or like reading Totsi articles. But not yet, folks. We haven't quite run out of stuff yet, because I haven't talked about this one, about sneaking around quietly. You know, folks, hiding stuff, sometimes it's about computers and shit. Sometimes it's about something abstract, and it's about money laundering and blah, blah, blah. This is where your mind goes, but not if you're a 13-year-old boy or girl at heart, like yours truly. What you really think about is ninjas, okay? You think about acting like Solid Snake and sneaking around corners and in vents and like stabbing people in the neck quietly and then dragging their body into a bush or something so that the other patrol guy doesn't find it. This is an important part of hiding things as well. Sometimes you have to physically move your body through a space or do some shit with your body. I mean, I don't know much about having a body because I don't have one, but I know a lot of people with bodies, and they are always telling me about how hard it is to do stuff with it without it being seen or heard or things like that. So we're gonna talk about that. I'm laughing because I didn't even remember to open the notes on. This is a first because this is a very underprepared show. It's a show where I put in very little effort, but usually I put in enough effort to open the notes that I already wrote months ago on the correct spot so that I can just quickly look at it and start reading it. Okay, here we go. That's a new one. Oh, thank you so much, open source software. It doesn't work very well, folks. It's made by volunteers. Motherfucker. Okay, third time's the charm. So first, we talk about sneaking around on foot. That saying what I just said makes a lot more sense in the context of the book. Here's some overall tips for sneaking around on foot. I say overall because they're kind of general. First of all, let's not forget good old shrouding. This is something I've talked about before, and whatever, you can fucking read my submission in Vonu Life 2025. One of the earliest shows I did in Cloak and Dagger, I talked about shrouding, which means shit like camouflage and disguises, or looking like a quote unquote gray man, looking boring. That's obviously, if you're sneaking around on foot, an important thing, because if you are seen or whatever, then, or if you are looked at rather, then you may or may not be seen. And if you are seen, then you might be seen as something boring and not worth looking at further, or you might be seen as something else other than what you are. Whatever the hell that is, that's a philosophical question. So yeah, I'm not going to go into depth about that, but shrouding matters. The next tip is stay aware of and be ready to go to the hiding spots around you, as well as the ways out of where you are. So one of the things that's top of mind when you're physically sneaking around is, where are the hiding spots here? The places where I can't be seen or it's hard to hear me. And where are the exits? Where are the ways in and out of here? Because these are the places you'll be moving between. You'll be moving between exits and hiding spots and shit like that. So those are going to be top of mind. Here's another one. Stay very aware of others, namely of how aware they are. Maybe this goes without saying, but one of the top things you're thinking about when you're sneaking around is, who the fuck is around here? Who am I hiding from? And how aware are they? Is this someone who is well-trained and healthy and alerted, and they know that someone's sneaking around? Maybe they're looking for somebody. That's pretty bad, right? They're pretty aware then. Maybe it's someone who, maybe this is someone who was hired to be a security guard, and their qualification is that they have a pulse, and they're like so old they're ready to keel over, or they're like some student, they're like some foreign student picking up some part-time hours. They just need to check a box so that they get lower insurance premiums, that they have someone sitting there, and this person, it might literally be asleep or on their phone or whatever. That's on the other end. And there's all sorts of things in between, like someone whose job is to technically find someone, and they know that there's probably someone somewhere around here, but like this is a border guard, for example, like a border patrol type of thing. Yeah, there's always someone sneaking over the border, but we don't really give a shit. We're going to be laughing and joking around and taking it easy while we look for people. There's all sorts of, spots in between. Who the fuck is there that you're hiding from? How aware are they? How capable? And what are they aware of? It's a lot of hiding and sneaking around people is reading those folks, reading their minds, and knowing how they're feeling and what they're aware of. So having a good sense for others and what's going on in their heads will really help a lot. Here's another overall tip for you. Make the most of distractions, and maybe even make your own. Distractions are a good one. Making your own is not something that comes up all the time, unless you're a hardcore James Bond type motherfucker. But making the most of distractions that happen on their own is something that happens. It's hard to give particular examples, but there are a lot of things that count as distractions. Shit, what's a good example? I don't fucking know. You could set a fire or pull a fire alarm or something like that. But that's, there's a balance between tipping off somebody that someone's trying to distract versus making something that is not obviously a distraction. But sometimes these things happen on their own. Sometimes shit goes wrong on its own, or something needs attending to on its own, and you just strike. You take that opportunity. Another one, and this is one you might not think about, but you really should. Watch out for critters such as pets. They're harder to sneak around than man. Okay, dogs and cats and shit. Dogs especially, they tend to bark up a storm at the slightest indication of anything being there. Luckily, you might get away with, because that happens so often, folks not thinking much of it. Now, cats, on the other hand, are far more sensitive, but they don't typically alert as well directly unless someone's watching them and seeing them do something weird. Watch out for cameras and night vision. So most of the time, cameras are, on walls and ceilings and shit like that. It's rare for them to be hidden cameras, but if you know your situation better than me, I don't know where you're fucking sneaking into. And once again, it's also rare for someone to have a camera on their face that sees in the night, like night vision. But if this is a soldier type scenario, war type scenario, then it might be all of a sudden a bit more likely that the enemy has night vision. Of course, so can you. And that's one of the top pieces of gear you want after a gun, by the way. Night vision is really, really nice to have. But yeah, watch out for those fucking cameras, dude. It may or may not be the case that someone's looking at the camera feed right now. You'll be caught for later on the footage, but there's a chance someone's looking at it right now too. One of the top tips is going to sound kind of obvious, but these obvious things need to be stated. Stay low and go slow. Stay low and go slow. It rhymes, and I say it more than once so that you can remember it. It sounds dumbly obvious, but if you have no intuition about sneaking around, stay low and go slow. And this is for reasons of sound and sight. It's harder to hear you. We'll talk more about that in a bit, but it's harder to hear you and harder to see you if you stay low and go slow. Because if you're smaller, then there's less happening in a person's vision when you're moving. And if you go slower, there's also less happening. And it makes it easier to be quiet as well, more or less. Here's another one. Watch very well. This is something you'll learn the hard way or the easy way. Watch very well where you're going, and yet go forth as if you were blind. So you're less likely to trip or bump into something or get caught on something or step on a twig or creak a floorboard. If you learn this the easy way by being aware of it first, because you will make floorboards creak in awkward times that make you shit your pants and stuff like that. That will happen to you. So watch very well where you're going. Go forth as if you were blind, yet go forth as if you were blind. Very carefully. Practice. Okay, practice. Because it's when you do it in real life, it's a bit different than imagining it. Here's another one. Here's a weird one. You ready for something weird, my ninjas? Hide from even yourself. Don't even think loudly. Hide from even yourself. Don't even think loudly. How about that one? Is that weird? Did I blow your mind, dude? If even you aren't aware of yourself, if you're not even thinking loudly, it makes you harder to detect. So maybe that sounds like a superstition, but I think it's true. Even if it's only true because it changes the way that you act or something. It's like when you're really, really good at sneaking around, it's like being in a trance. For at least 20 minutes a day, merely sit and be mindful. Yes, that's right. I'm telling you to meditate. Meditation is good for a lot of things. It's good for your overall health, and it's good for sneaking around. Sneaking around is no exception, because sneaking around has a lot to do with being mindful and clearing your mind. And here's your final overall tip. You might, and this is before we go into specifics about going unheard and going unseen. And this is one not a lot of people will tell you. Sometimes you must pick between being hard to see and being hard to hear. That's not something you might know in your mind until you're in a situation like that. Sometimes you must pick between being hard to see and being hard to hear. This is the kind of shit that you find out the hard way. Let's say, the way to decide between, how do you pick? If you can stay out of earshot, pick being hard to see. Meaning you might have to do something that's loud, but you're hard to see. This is fine if you can stay out of earshot. If no one's close enough to hear you, you can be loud and hard to see, and then you won't be found. On the other hand, if you must stay within earshot of these folks who you don't want them to see you, then you want to pick being hard to hear, and you go when and where they aren't looking. This is where you shit your pants. Okay. This means sneaking by right behind someone or something like that. If you can do it quietly, you can only go close to someone. You can only go within earshot, but you can be quiet. Then that's all you got. You wait till they're not looking and you go right fucking behind them. People have saved their lives by doing this. Okay. When you're shitting your pants enough, if you handle your adrenaline well, you can do it. So it might be hard to think about this because it's kind of abstract, but I'll give you an example after the break. First, we're gonna go to our sponsors, folks, and then we'll get back to this sneaking around business after the break.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
The most spectacular treasure in history. Developed over decades by cypherpunks across different continents. It was finally completed by a mysterious cypherpunk named Satoshi. whose keys were hidden somewhere in the digital realm. But he left clues for us hidden in plain sight, waiting for us to find them before the CIA discovered the treasure and its potential.
Keeping this treasure out of the hands of the spooks, Michael, is your destiny.
You're Bitcoin investors, aren't you?
We're more like Bitcoin savers, actually.
All his life, Michael Saylor searched for a thermodynamically sound asset no one believed existed.
Don't you get it, Michael? The asset is a myth.
I refuse to believe that.
But what he thought was the final clue was only the beginning.
It's hidden in plain sight. It's in Satoshi's white paper.
You think Satoshi's keys are encoded in the white paper?
It's a cipher.
And how do you know that, exactly?
We don't.
Is the cipher in the room with us? Right now?
But Michael Saylor isn't the only one who discovered the hidden treasure.
The CIA is working around the clock to crack the code. Hell, they might have already cracked it.
Now, he's in a race against time and against spooks to recover Satoshi's wallet before it's too late.
We have to get our hands on those keys and distribute Satoshi's coins to podcasters through fountain boosts before the CIA gets them.
The CIA gets them, and then what?
Everything Whitney Webb warned us about comes true.
Michael Saylor must unlock the secrets of game theory using first principles thinking and tap the Cyber Hornet brain trust of Bitcoin Twitter, group chats, and Bitcoin podcasts to save the world from being taken over by feds.
Try brute force. Tether is working with Langley. We might be too late.
Michael Saylor. National Treasure 3. Genesis Code.
Hey guys, Scott here for Liberty Under Attack Publications. Looking for a Liberty-focused publisher? Liberty Under Attack publishes books and strategy guides for individuals looking to increase their personal freedom. They assist authors through the entire publishing process: proofreading, editing, cover designs, paperback and Kindle formatting, and full audiobook narration and post-production. Tell them Scott sent you and get 20% off a full service deal. To get some one-of-a-kind books or for more information, visit libertyunderattack.com.
The following ad is presented by the Anti-Toxicity League, working tirelessly for a safer and less toxic world.
On January 20th, 2025, Elon Musk turned my life upside down when he did the Nazi salute in support of Donald Trump.
We had bought the Tesla because we wanted to virtue signal about the environment, and so that all our friends knew that we were liberals, not so that they would think we are Nazis.
If we had wanted to be Nazis, we would have bought a Volkswagen.
Now our friends have turned their backs on us. I was driving my Model 3 to Whole Foods yesterday, and my friend Clara flipped me off from her Nissan Leaf. The video cameras caught my husband's friend John rubbing his balls on the hood of the car.
Even though we have a Vote Democrat sticker on the bumper, people still think we are Nazis. We have tried so hard to not be Nazis, accepting our white privilege, virtue signaling for every possible cause on the left. Yet no matter how hard we have tried, our friends have turned on us because of our car.
It would seem that the only place we are accepted now is at Trump rallies and amongst the normal, uneducated Americans who don't have time to focus on irrelevant social causes.
We can't just change our friend group because of this. We don't want to hang out with people without college degrees, those who aren't focused on equality, those who refuse to state their pronouns, and conspiracy theorists who don't care about climate change.
That is why today, we are proud to say that we sold our Tesla because we aren't Nazis.
This decision proves that we don't support unelected officials auditing other unelected officials in the government.
It proves that we are willing to make brave decisions in the face of adversity in order to promote equity and inclusion in our communities, that we are willing to stand up against hate.
With this move, I hope that our friends will forgive us and the lady at Mimi's Cafe will stop spitting in my avocado toast.
Doing the right thing means that sometimes you have to stand out from the crowd and make hard decisions. Stand up against hate. Stand up for the government officials who have been laundering our tax dollars for a better world. Stand up for climate change, for the right to take your children to Drag Queen Story Hour. But more importantly, choose to be brave and to sell your Tesla.
My name is Fred Smith.
And my name is Janet Smith Schuster.
And we are choosing to stand up against hate.
Carl Watner, longtime proponent of a voluntary society, died last December. You may have seen his articles published on his website, voluntarist.com, in his newsletter, The Voluntarist, the Mises Institute, or elsewhere over the last 40 years. His newest book, I Must Speak Out, Volume 2, The Best of the Voluntarist, is now available via Liberty Under Attack Publications. This 430-page second volume spans the years of 2000 through 2020 and includes articles by Carl Watner, Hans Hermann Hoppe, Carl Hess, Benjamin Tucker, George H. Smith, Lysander Spooner, Pete Eyre, Joyce Brand, and many others. I Must Speak Out is for the newly initiated, the veteran voluntarist, or anywhere in between. Buy the book now at libertyunderattack.com/voluntarist. For more great content on building a voluntary society and for Carl's extensive archives, check out voluntarist.com.
And now, back to Cloak and Dagger with host Thane Riddle.
Oh, yeah. Welcome back from buying all the products from our sponsors. Welcome back to talking about being like a ninja, sneaking around, stuff like that. I was going to give you this example about when you might have to pick between being hard to hear or hard to see. Let's say you've got a couple people, and they're people that, you don't want them to see you. Let's say you got one or two of them out there, and they're on the other side of the road from you. And on your side of the road, the ground kind of dips down a little bit. And so you're not easily seen by them at this time. Now you want to go kind of along the road and go past them, but you got a problem on your hands. Your side of the road is covered with a bunch of crap. It's covered with a bunch of bush and weeds and all this crap. Okay, it turns out for some reason in a Metal Gear Solid game, they never put a bunch of weeds on the ground that it's impossible to go quietly through. Okay, but in real life, that's real. There are places where you can't walk very quietly unless maybe you were excruciatingly slow or something. So you have to pick between staying on the side of the road you're on, where you're unseen, but you're going to be loud as fuck, or walking right out into the open and being visible, but maybe quiet. So that's a case where you're going to have to go, can they hear me? Are they aware enough to hear me when I'm loud as fuck over on this side of the road? Or am I going to have to grow a pair of big old balls and sneak up closer to them and get a look at whether they're looking at this moment or not, and then just walk by when they're not looking. And if they turn around and look for a second, then they'll see me. So yeah, good luck with that. It's something you might want to think about, because life is not always does not always hand you conveniently designed stealth video game levels. Sometimes they hand you the levels from the later part of the game, where it's hard. But in this one, you don't get to keep restarting the level every time until you get S rank. So you might have to roll with the punches on that one. let's take a break a little bit from talking about sneaking around. I could talk more about sneaking around, or maybe I could break it up into pieces. Maybe I could return to this on later shows. I don't know. I might just, I don't know. Who knows what I'm going to do? I don't know. I sure as hell don't know what I'm going to do. But at the moment, I'm going to break away to invite you to call in at any time now. If you want to call in, you can go to PAZNIA.com/call and talk to me, or use Morse code and so forth. You can just interrupt me. I'm not saying anything important. It's fine. Also, we'll look at the PAZNIA Radio Network chat and see what they're saying there. Let's see. We got some crap. Oh, somebody posted maybe it was Charles. Somebody made a short from the show. A Thane Riddle Seditious Satan Day Halloween special. It looks like someone made a clip of me. People are talking about the government getting rid of pennies. And somebody said in Canada, the cent has been a theoretical particle for years now. True. Yeah. I mean, what's the point in having pennies anyway? It's so inflated. Like back in 1913 or whatever, pennies were worth like, I don't know what quarters are now or something like that. So why stop at getting rid of the penny? Why not get rid of like the nickel and the dime on top of it? Might as well. Let's see what these other faggots say. I hereby openly recommend unapologetically melting federal property and commandeering it for your own purposes. Oh, someone made a joke that's actually true. They said, of course, a better investment might be to collect them and melt them down to their component metals, but that's illegal. So I'm not actually suggesting you do that because that is against the law. We shouldn't be breaking the law because that would be wrong. Believe it or not, folks, with the U.S. nickel, if I'm not mistaken, the component parts of the U.S. nickel are worth more than the face value of the nickel. There's more than 5 cents worth of nickel and copper in a U.S. nickel last time I checked. So it works with at least that one. Let's see what other gay shit you guys were saying. Oh, look, Charles said something about the 15-year-old kid's Totsie article. Film canisters were similarly inspiring to me and my friends as destructive 15-year-olds in the 90s. It was a thing. We attempted to fill one with assorted firework innards, epoxy it shut, and blow the side off a tree after school let out one Friday. That doesn't sound like it's going to work. It's like a pipe bomb. Instead of total annihilation of the tree, it whistled extremely loudly and directed hundreds of students' attention to us. After running away as fast as we could, we celebrated how awesome and bold it was and gave ourselves promotions in Bomb Club. Right. That's right, kids. So these kids were trying to make a tiny pipe bomb for fun, and they used a plastic film canister. So what happened when they set it off? So they succeeded in making something that was going to light and go off, but it just opened a tiny little hole in the film canister, and all the gas escaped out of there, making a really loud whistling sound. Which, to be fair, that's one kind of bomb you could make. That's like a sound bomb, right? So it could be a beautiful accident that leads to something maybe next time you're trying to make a whistling sound or something. But yeah, pipe bombs, making something that properly blows up nice and evenly and all that crap is a whole other can of worms or can of other components, as the case may be. And then, of course, there's adding shrapnel and stuff like adding some nails or something if you want it to be anti-personnel. I don't know what's a good anti-wood, anti-tree bomb. Maybe it'll be little tiny saws or little tiny axes that cut down the tree, or perhaps an incendiary bomb to set the tree on fire. Pleb Chain Radio. Oh, we finally got a link to Shadrach's thing Bloodchain Radio PCR 135, The Human Mesh with Shadrach. Listen on Fountain. I'm not reading that link. Maybe we could put that link in the show notes. I don't know. This episode of Bloodchain Radio features QW and Avi hosting Shadrach, a cypherpunk and Bitcoiner, to discuss Bitcoin Nostr, A to B, Web of Trust, Meshtadel, and building parallel societies. Fagdul Magdul Mandal asks, is Mr. Frog here? I don't know who fucking Mr. Frog is. And if I did, I wouldn't tell you. Question. Is the Lockheed Martin multiple kill vehicle anti-ICBM thingy real? How much secret space stuff is going on up there? Secret manned stations or just satellites? Do you think somebody is doing stuff on the moon or on other planets? Just watch a certain Kubrick film, so expect more weird sci-fi questions. Sorry. Yeah, 2001 is a good film. I like 2001. Especially the weird stuff. That's what I'm into. I like weird films, okay? I've got artsy tastes, refined tastes. Lockheed Martin multiple kill vehicle anti-ICBM thingy. I maybe this is shameful, but I don't know what that is. However, I will say that at the very least, the Chinese have a missile defense truck with a missile defense laser on it, or at least they're trying to pretend that they have it because they put it in a military parade like last month or something. So I think when it comes to missile defense, land to air missile defense on a mobile platform, that is something that is being looked at, namely now that lasers would be the next nice thing to have instead of shooting missiles down with missiles, which is not sustainable and is not great to do it that way. So yeah, I don't know if that's what the fuck you're talking about, but yeah, something like that exists if that's what it is. And how much secret space stuff is going on up there, nobody knows, but we know for sure that it's happening, for sure. And we know that they're at least interested in all sorts of crazy stuff, like manipulating the weather, fucking transmitting frequencies to manipulate people's minds. Like every crazy whatever thing you can think of is something that the military has thrown funding at. The only question is, does any of it work? And even if it does work, can they get it done under budget and on time? The answer is no every time, by the way. That's the spoiler. But yeah, lots of secret space stuff's going on. Nobody knows exactly how much. Secret manned stations or just satellites? Most of it's satellites, I think, but I would kind of be shocked if there was no secret manned station up there at all. I mean, they could do it, so why not? I guess the question is why? But maybe that doesn't matter so much. Government does all kinds of stuff that doesn't make sense. Maybe they do it just for fun. Do you think somebody is doing stuff on the moon or on other planets? Okay, that's the realm of very, when it comes to fringe stuff like that, it can be hard to tell for sure. And I feel like I'm not learned up on that stuff. I'm not very learned about secret Nazi bases on the moon and the Anunnaki having sex with what's that guy's name? There was a guy, god damn it, motherfucker, John J. Pershing. John J. Pershing is on Mars having sex with the Anunnaki. He's having sex with Mama from Twin Peaks: The Return. I don't know. John J. Pershing is gay. He'd probably prefer. I'm sure he would bite the bullet though and have sex with a female just for occult reasons, kind of like Aleister Crowley who's like, we need women to serve as vessels for magical reasons, even though they're inferior. It'd be way better to just have sex with men all the time. But yeah, I don't know. What I really think about that on other planets, no. I don't think anyone's doing shit on other planets other than if you believe them about sending rovers there, which I do. Actually, I believe in them. I'm not like a flat earther or something. I think there are Martian rovers and orbiters and things like that. But they do cover up stuff that they find oddly. And yeah, also the flat earthers like will tell you a lot of true stuff though. Like they'll point out that some of the pictures are faked. And like that, a lot of stuff in mainstream astronomy is just straight up wrong. So like flat earthers are good to go for stuff like that, because they can see that stuff because they don't even believe it's real. So when something is fake, they're quick to point it out. But yeah, I don't think anyone's doing anything that good on other planets. The moon, yeah, probably not that either. But we might not be far off. If they're not, we might not be. So, Thane, what do you think about the Simple X announcement? This is Thought Crime Boss. Utility token or cash grab? It's controversial, but I don't see the problem personally. Oh, are they finally coming out with a token? I mean, Simple X has wanted to monetize in a cool, weird, privacy respecting way for years. What am I gonna do? Read this link on the show? I honestly haven't. I didn't hear that they finally did something about that. So maybe I'll try to answer you another time. Here, as the old saying goes, go fuck yourself. I'll write a note to myself or something like here, Simple X token. There, that's I just wrote that in the wrong place. Well, what do you think? Was that better than me reading the site out loud? So yeah, instead of responding, I'll respond in an semi-ignorant way. What Simple X was talking about before, the Simple X developers were talking about, maybe this is a pointless exercise because maybe it's all irrelevant now. What they were talking about before was we're scared of the word cryptocurrency because we're a UK operation and we, for some reason, insist on not leaving the UK no matter how bad it gets here. So we want to make something that's not quite a cryptocurrency. That's like maybe like some kind of a voucher of some kind that is secured using cryptography. You see, it's not a cryptocurrency because they won't be transferable. Really, they won't be transferable. You mean what? Like gift cards aren't transferable? Gift card codes and pins that we buy with Monero all the time? That's not transferable, right? I mean, obviously, there's no way to do this. You can't make a privacy respecting unit of account or payment or whatever that's not transferable, because by definition, you don't know who's holding it. But anyway, the fact that they're calling it a token now, I can see in that URL, is a good sign. Simple X was always short-sighted a little bit, but to be fair, it's not an easy problem to solve. But their thinking was, well, there's two things that need to be monetized. One is the infrastructure. That's the servers need a way of making money. And the other is the developers, us. They're both actually, but they need a way of making money as the, what do they call it? Software vendor. Even though it's an open source project that anyone can fork, and also they already have now pissed everyone off because the last year or two, they had this, it's a war on child porn, which involved exploiting how public groups on Simple X are censorable, or at the very least, the media that they upload is censorable. And they attacked them in that way, and it wasn't very popular. But no need to go down, no need to open up that can of worms right now. But whatever SimpleX does for monetization is going to be cooler than the old way of like whatever you pay Uber with a credit card or something. It's going to be cooler than that, even if it's not the best way. But that's SimpleX in a nutshell, isn't it? Really cool and much better than the old way of doing things, but still not the best way to do things. That's basically everything about SimpleX matches that description. Fagdul Bandahi says, in my opinion, these lab monkeys are heroes. Just saying. Well, like I said, they're being recruited to a mysterious cause. Nobody knows what it's really all about. And like, my opinion was always that mankind has already had its day, and maybe it is time for a super intelligent monkey in a helmet. Comment, the multi-kill thingy is a drone that flies around in orbit and shoots down rockets in space. It is kind of old, but seems legit. It was also in Battlefield 4. Right. I know what you're talking about now. Yeah, I mean, it's for sure that they have tried to build it, or that they have researched building it. That's for sure. Only thing we have left to ask is it there, or is it coming, and what's the year that it's expected to be done? And if you think that shit is iffy when it's public knowledge, then you should see what happens when it's secret. They can have all the delays they want with no accountability. Nobody even knows that they're over budget on a project that's secret. It's definitely something they want. And the fact that it's secret can work both ways. It can be, the enemy doesn't know we have it, therefore we have an advantage against the Russians or something, right? That's what, that's the normal way of thinking of why is it secret. Another one that you could go with is our own people don't know that we have it. So if we want, we can just choose not to use it, and we can just absorb an attack and let our people suffer, and no one will know that we could have stopped it. How about that one? Question. What do they cover up? Is there like alien shit going on, or what? Just some cool rocks? Maybe they found my taxes up there. I do have no knowledge about actual space cover-ups. Sorry, I am a noob. I don't have that much knowledge about space cover-ups either. But I have my own, like, just little things that I've caught wind of. I don't think there's aliens on Mars, or at least not intelligent aliens on Mars. Maybe Rayo 2 thinks there are aliens or something. I don't know. Yeah, we probably have friends who think that stuff. I think there's weird shit going on, but not necessarily that. But I could be proven wrong, because like I think there could be aliens out there somewhere, but I somehow don't think that we've made contact, that they know we exist. But interdimensional communication notwithstanding, invisible creatures and fairies that live on our planet that are actually not aliens at all, but are pretending to be aliens notwithstanding, such as myself, for example. That's a whole other thing. But E.T., as we understand, as we know from the movies, I don't think we found them yet, if they're out there. That's my opinion, but that's a very controversial issue. When it comes to cool rocks being covered up, hell yes. I think there are absolutely 100% cool rocks being covered up, because the cool rocks in question will not be consistent with mainstream explanations for geology. I guess they call that cryptogeology. Is that right? When it's on other planets, xenogeology. I don't know. No, not cryptogeology. Cryptogeology would be the geology of a mythological place, like the geology of the fairy world or something. I guess this is xenogeology. So yeah, they are covering up. I'm an electrical universe guy, so I think that they probably are covering up cool rocks. Another thing, there are cover-ups that like I don't fully understand why they're making them. So like in the 70s, they sent, and who knows, if this really means anything. Maybe it's just an honest misunderstanding. But in the 70s, they sent, I can't remember what it's called. They sent a rover to Mars to look for life on Mars. Microscopic life, not like Mars Attacks, Robert Heinlein life, just like, bacteria or some shit. And the problem with this rover is that it got a positive result. It detected life on Mars, and they published that result and said, "Oh yeah, well the rover, it's just an error." Yeah, we spent whatever bajillion dollars on making this and thinking it through really thoroughly, and it got a positive result and said that there was life on Mars, but it's just an error. It was really weird. It was very weird of them. It was like, why didn't you just, if this is a cover up, why didn't you just so like I think that is weird. For one, I think that for some reason they want to cover up that there's microscopic life on Mars, but they might be a few steps ahead of me in terms of, that's probably why I don't know why. Or maybe maybe they're just telling the truth. That's another possibility. Maybe they really just fucked it up. And here, let me read some fan mail too before we proceed any further. We got a donation this week, xmrchat.com. We got a Monero donation from a guy you've never heard of before named Thought Crime Boss. And he's giving me a tough one this week. Thane, you misunderstood my last question, but I forgive you. I ain't trying to pay for subscriptions anonymously. I know how to do that. I want people to pay me recurring subscriptions without giving up my identity to anyone. Any ideas? I need that $$. Well, Thought Crime Boss, I feel your pain, because we all know that recurring subscriptions is one of the best ways to milk our cash cows, because half of them will forget that the recurring subscription is even there. And if they remember, they'll be like, whatever, it's a small amount and I like them, so no need to cancel. And then that adds up and you make a lot of money from that. So I feel your pain there. Certainly we need something like that around here, folks. We need a premium tier of Ash. We need an ashwagandha premium tier listener here. We need to start milking you guys for subscriptions. Yeah, what you're asking for, I feel like it's very early days on things like that. So I'll start by going for, here's my visionary nerd answer. In the future, and maybe in the present, I guess the way to do it with crypto is it's kind of push rather than pull, right? Because the one with the keys of the wallet needs to be the one sending the transaction. So it'll be done on the wallet level to have recurring payments, that your wallet automatically sends payments. Does that actually exist yet? I would have answered the same way last year or 2 years ago or whatever, or 5 years ago, but I would have said, sorry, that doesn't exist yet. But oh, look at this. The project was last updated 2 years ago. That's promising. I found this thing on GitHub called Monero Subscriptions Wallet. Luke Profits / Monero subscription, Monero_subscriptions_wallet. If you search like Monero Subscriptions Wallet, this guy has a little anarcho-capitalist avatar. That's nice. So this guy, somebody made a GitHub project. They made some wallet, some Monero wallet that's designed to send subscriptions automatically. It hasn't been updated in like 2 years or something. So hopefully it still works. I don't know. That's something worth looking into, but probably not quite ready for prime time. I also found a Discourse plugin for taking Monero payments for Discourse subscriptions. Monero Discourse subscriptions, it's called. What a creative names these guys come up with. Yeah, so there's that. I think that you can check this stuff out and see if it's, what are you going to do? Ask your customers to somehow get Monero subscriptions while it's working. I don't know. It might be worth toying around with to see what it's like. But I think chances are the solution that probably works right now is probably some obscure like custodial centralized service, like kind of like an alternative to Patreon kind of thing. Like, I'm not up on that shit, but I know that there's like alternatives to Patreon, and I know that there are ones that take crypto. As for like, I don't know, KYC or something, there's a way around everything. I don't know. I'm kind of not. I feel like one day there will be like better solutions for what you're talking about. But yeah, right now we're gonna have to do some research on that one. We've got XMR chat, right? I don't think XMR chat supports taking recurring payments yet, but they should. Maybe we should just message XMR chat and ask them to add, because like they're adding cool new features all the time. Now you can get notifications on SimpleX. We can see your donation message on SimpleX now. Crime Boss. So they're adding stuff all the time. Maybe it's XMR chat should do it. I don't know, dude. Good luck with that. We're all in the same boat on that one. I don't know. Okay, let's enough time has passed. I don't know, but we'll pick up sneaking around more some other time. Talking, going into more detail about going unseen, going unheard. Maybe check back in a few weeks or something. We'll keep milking that content that I already wrote months ago on future shows, because sooner or later we should really talk about. Let's not forget ads, folks. Do you want a more secure and private phone, tablet, or laptop, but you don't want to do the work yourself? Go to libertyunderattack.com/Thane. That's THANE. And get like a fucking Pixel 7 privacy phone, or I don't know, maybe you can get a Pixel 8 now. I don't feel like this ad is out of date. With Graphene OS or Calyx, you should really get Graphene. ThinkPads with neutralized Intel management engine, open source firmware, whatever Linux OS you like. They got X200 tablets probably. Go to libertyunderattack.com/Thane. If you want to ask anything about these goodies, or you want them to do a custom job or give you something that's not in stock, email Shane@libertyunderattack.com. That's SHANE @libertyunderattack.com. Trust me, folks, it's not easy to neutralize the IME and flash phone firmware to a laptop, and this is something you do want done. Please save yourself the headache and buy some of Jammin's goodies at libertyunderattack.com/Thane. And also, does your body ever hurt anywhere? You should really get this thing called Pain Liberator. Go to libertyunderattack.com/Pain Thane. That's PAINTHANE. And get Pain Liberator, which is 20% DMSO with a base of colloidal silver, water, magnesium, and aspirin. And then they put that shit in a spray bottle. And it's great for most any kind of pain. Sprained ankle, sore back, headaches, toothache, or jaw pain. You spray this shit on, it works right away. It penetrates deep into your tissues. The DMSO and the aspirin and shit goes deep into your tissues right away, because that's what DMSO does. And it works like fucking magic. There's nothing like it in the world. No one's competing with this product. You have to go to libertyunderattack.com/Pain Thane. There's nothing else you can do. You're screwed. And by the way, are you tired of me either having no guests on the show or having some dumb retard on the show? Well, don't just sit by and let this happen. Help me. If you can think of somebody that you could see as a guest on the show, tell me about them. Go to VonuPodcast.com/CD, message me on Session or SimpleX, and help me get some guests for the show, because I'm too lazy to do it myself. So you just do it for me, please. All right, kids. Bosses. But can be bosses as well. Let's talk about building second realm networks. This is something I've been supposed to talk about, I think, for weeks, and I kept saying that I was going to do, and I didn't do it. Let's talk about it. Building second realm networks. What the fuck does that mean? It means you meet other niggas in the counter economy, whether it be for fun, to do business, or to have each other's backs. This is how it's done, folks. This is how second realms are built. They're made out of people, okay? In the words of Hayek or whatever, put away the toolbox. The economy is not a machine. It's us. It's people. You're going to have to meet people in person, maybe. It's okay. There's a lot you can do as an autistic nerd in your grandma's basement. But it's also good to meet people sometimes, whether on the internet or in person, honestly. And so let's talk about that a little bit. How are you going to build your networks and make them better? Let's start with a few keywords. Where are you going to find people? You find people, sometimes you find them accidentally through like other friends that you have, and networks tend to propagate themselves that way. But if you're bootstrapping yourself or trying to add more folks from nothing, then you can go to places where people get together for no other reason than getting together. Like it could be a chat room or a forum or a community of some kind, or it could be a meetup in person. It could even be a protest or a political party meetup. Yes, those are good places to meet people sometimes. Here's some keywords that people gather around. You can use these keywords. Don't take them too seriously, okay? It's just a tool. You use them to find people. Small business. How about that one? What about the small businesses in your area? A lot of the second realms are just small businesses in your area. They're all in the gray area between. There are small businesses that prefer cash and will give you like a lower price if you pay cash. Things like that. That's a quick example of what I'm talking about. Small businesses in your area are actually some of the most powerful allies you can have. Get to know them now. Be friends with them now. So then when they're doing a dine-in at your local restaurant during a lockdown, secretly, they'll know who you are and that you're not a Fed or something. Okay. Here's another one. Working for cash. Okay. You'll just see people on Craigslist. All right. That's another place you can look. Listing websites, Craigslist or other similar sites like that. Working for cash, whatever. That's another way you meet people. How about this keyword? This good old keyword, libertarian. All right. Libertarians like you are faggot pedophiles, but it's okay because you're going to ignore the 90% lamest faggot pedophiles and zero in on the 10% biggest faggot pedophiles. And we're going to talk about that more in a second, but all these keywords suck. Okay. Every single one of these keywords suck, but it's all about starting with a big net and catching lots of fish. Later, you can start picking and choosing which ones you want to grow your relationship with. Cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, Monero. How about that one? Meetups to do with cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, Monero. You'll run into an anarchist immediately. And you'll run into a direct action anarchist who at the very least likes to play around with cryptocurrency, even if it's not much else, still direct action. You'll run into a direct action anarchist. You'll run into an agorist, at least a soft agorist immediately, like really quickly. And there's different kinds of cryptocurrency meetups, right? Like there's ones that, where someone's just trying to promote their scam coin or whatever. But you'll wade through all that. Here's another one. Here's another word that's gotten bigger in recent years. Freedom. How do you like that one? Freedom. It's a bit old-fashioned and childish. It sounds like someone who's never even... I personally like it. Honestly, I like the word freedom. I think it sounds better than liberty. I like freedom better as a word. But the reason if it sounds kind of weird and childish and like if you see something on Telegram calling itself a freedom group in your area and you're like, what the fuck's that? And it sounds kind of childish and weird and like, what? People don't libertarians don't say that. We say liberty. It's because they are new to it. It's because that's what these like anti-lockdown, anti-vax, anti-mask people are calling it. They're calling it freedom because they don't even know what libertarianism is, and they just learned what a conspiracy theory is 5 years ago. So they're very new to this. So they're just picking up whatever word comes to mind, sounds right to them. And that leads me to those next keywords: anti-vax, anti-mask, anti-lockdown. Boy, oh boy, did some of these dumb boomers come out of the woodwork and make themselves worthy of talking to when they weren't allowed or they weren't encouraged or whatever, depending on the country you're in or whatever. It's illegal to gather, illegal to hang out, illegal to let people inside or whatever. So that made a lot of people criminals overnight or whatever, offenders, minor offenders of some kind. Very good for networks. And some of those networks are still going strong, ready for the next fake viral outbreak or whatever. Let's cross our fingers. Those monkeys, those 3 monkeys, 12-year-old boys are traveling through time, trying to bring them in, folks. Let's bring them home before those monkeypox gets too out of hand. Here's another one: guns, firearms, militia, and threepers. That's right, folks. A lot of these people are small government constitutionalist conservatives, but they're still worth a damn. They're worth much more than an anarcho-capitalist who's too scared to break the law because the government is too powerful to oppose or something, right? Who gives a shit about someone who has the right ideas but won't do anything about it? That person's almost worthless to you. But some faggot, Elmer Fudd conservative or Nazi or what have you, they're not all Nazis like the news says, but there's a couple Nazis thrown in there. Those guys who, whatever, they don't have all the right ideas, but they're doing something. They're arming themselves, they're training, they're getting together, they care about vetting, they're well aware that they could be raided, that feds are trying to infiltrate their groups. They're becoming sort of savvy about operational security and thinking about what's actually going on here. Those guys will be harder for you to get in with the more serious they are, but there's different levels you can sneak your way into, which is another thing we'll be talking about. This is another one that might actually last more than one show now that I'm thinking about it. Here's another keyword for you: prepper. Okay, so just like the guns, firearms, militia, threeper, the most basic bitch ones will just be like feds and shit. So watch your back. Preppers are like the most basic bitch. Preppers are folks who are just keeping their shit warm for somebody else. If there's any kind of serious Mad Max kind of scenario, Walking Dead kind of scenario, the EMPs pop off and the transformers are destroyed and the grid is down. There's enough food to feed 10% of the population. Go. Those people who bragged about being preppers and went to meetups for preppers and told all their friends that they're preppers and their friends all know where they live and that they have a bunch of food and stuff like that. They're just keeping it warm for somebody else. Okay, but you got to forgive them a little bit. Okay, they're new and there's potential there. Okay, they're thinking in the right direction. This is a pattern. And you might run into somebody who's a little bit better than that in these groups, possibly, maybe. Here's another keyword: voluntarist. People use that on the internet more than they do in real life, but it's there. Here's another one: agorist. You might have heard that one. Here's another one: anarchist. But watch out, because many of them are anarcho-communists who aren't always friendly. That doesn't mean you can't be friends with anarcho-communists, but it's just that some of them don't want to be friends with you. That's all. But the ones who don't mind, like if you find an anarcho-communist and you're like, here's a tip, by the way: don't say you're an anarcho-capitalist or even a voluntarist. Just say, oh, You're an anarcho-communist. Well, I'm a left-wing market anarchist. Okay, just say that. I'm a direct action left-wing market anarchist, kind that's called an agorist. And some anarcho-communists will be like, oh, yeah, I know about that. That's cool. And then you can be friends because you're an anti-capitalist market anarchist, right? So you're both anti-capitalists, right? It's all word games. But some of them can be your friends. Now let's talk a little bit about, well, actually, let's see what people are saying in the PAZNIA Radio Network chat. Does his audio keep cutting out for anyone else, or is that just me? Audio is good for me via Rumble. Video isn't super smooth though. Okay, yeah, well, that's the brilliance of the internet, folks. We still can't get it right. Still can't make shit work after decades and decades and decades. Magdul Vendai says, no idea if these suck, but maybe that is useful. Paysenger.com and lively.com. So Paysenger, Paysenger.com, and then lively, Lyvely.com. I assume he's talking about taking subscription payments. He's not sure if these suck, but maybe it's useful. So we can all look into that and learn what the fuck Paysenger and Lively are together. Fagdul is notoriously good at coming up with links, everybody. So we're glad to have him so that we can all learn some shit together. That probably sucks, but maybe it's useful. Let's talk a little bit more about building the second realm. Okay, we just talked about some keywords that people congregate around. Now let's talk about a few ways to network and start from nothing in the second. By the way, trust me, folks, this gets a little more interesting, a little more cool. Okay, I'm just boring you and stretching it out so that I can do it on multiple shows. A few ways to network in the second realm. Ask family if they know somebody. Don't forget family, folks. They're genetically predisposed to trying to help you succeed. So it can be a powerful thing. Family sometimes doesn't work out too well, but sometimes it's a powerful thing. Even if you don't like them that much and they hardly know who you are, you might find that they're biased towards helping you. And let's not forget that all the great crime families started out as actual literal families. There's a reason for that, folks. Families and the second realms, families are a form of second realm that should not be cast aside. And how about asking friends if they know somebody? Let's not forget friends. One of the most common forms of second realm network is just friends. Ask the friends that you have. Do they know somebody? Do you know somebody who does this or that? Oh, do you know somebody who, a handyman who works for cash or something? Little things like that might seem like not a big deal, but it can lead to things. It all adds up, folks. Okay, so don't look askance at it. I don't know if I'm using the right word, but you can also ask coworkers if they know somebody. How much that works, how well that works, rests upon what kind of work you're doing, what kind of folks you're working with. So like, if you're working with blue collar people, they'll know blue collar people and so on. Farmers markets are another kind of, kind of out in the open second realm activity happening there. They always prefer cash. Farmers occupy a unique spot, and so much as they are selling goods rather than services, and yet there's not always a paper trail about those goods existing because they actually made them from scratch. So farmers like to dodge taxes and stuff like that usually. Online listings and ads. This has come up already. Just look at online listings and ads. Meetups, festivals. Okay, festivals is where a lot of shit happens. It could be anarchists or libertarian festivals, or it could be whatever fucking other festivals. You think crypto conferences, shit like that. Hacking conferences, whatever. Some of them are taken over by corrupt people, but that doesn't mean cool people won't be there. Hacker spaces, if you don't know what that is, It's a place where people get together and do weird shit with computers and shit like that. Okay. They're usually in cities, hacker spaces. Check it out. You might meet someone cool there. Online chats and groups. How cool the people on an online chatter group rests upon not only luck, which is like who happens to hear about this kind of thing or be into that kind of thing, but also how hard it is to get there. So back in the day, in the 80s and 90s, merely getting on the internet at all was a bit of a hurdle to overcome. And it just by being on the internet, it showed that you were a cut above. So that led to the early days of hacker culture and stuff, which was a perfect fertile soil for something like, let's say, crypto anarchy, for example, and cypherpunks, for example, to come about and grow. But now, as time goes on, the thing that is hard to get into moves. That's a moving target. Everyone's on the internet now. So what's the next step? Well, what's something that's hard to get into? A community that's hard to get into, not for, because anyone's trying to stop you, but just for technical reasons. How about you install I2P, okay, which is a dark net. It's kind of like Tor, right? I2P is kind of better than Tor for technical reasons I won't bore you with. But I2P is harder to use than Tor. It's, you have to do troubleshooting. Most people have to do troubleshooting just to get it running. And then you might have to do more troubleshooting merely to get on the IRC servers that are on I2P. There's a main server they call I2P RC. Of course, there's other servers and little communities, each one more obscure than the last on I2P. But that's a classic case of, if you can install and run I2P and get your IRC client working with I2P RC and get into some rooms on I2P RC, you have just put yourself in a group of people that is like less than 1% of the world population. And now you get to talk with other people in that elite. And oh my God, it's just like being in the hacker culture of the 80s and 90s. Suddenly everyone's cool and it's smart and has a sense of humor again. Oh my God. Well, you're going to have to earn it. Here's another one you may not have thought of. Another way to network in the second realm. How about subversive performances and events? Subversive performances and events. You see someone, a musician, a comedian, whatever, who has unpopular views. They're persona non grata. They say things that will get them banned from YouTube. If someone who's banned on YouTube or who has gone to jail for speech or something like that is having a show in your town, get a fucking ticket. Go there and meet the people in your area who are into seeing that person. That's a good one. That's a free tip for you. Because you're going to, everyone in my town's so fucking, everyone in my area is so lame. Yeah, you live around millions of people. Okay, even 1 in 1,000 is a lot of people. So just go where they are. Go where they go. That's how you do it. How about this one? Religious and spiritual groups. Maybe at church, or maybe not at that church, but at this church or whatever is where you find cool people. One of the biggest, most common, oldest second realms, religious and spiritual groups, has always been a threat to the state. Used to be more so back in the day. They used to play nice with each other because the church had so much power. How the mighty have fallen, but it's still a thing. And of course, let's not forget protests and political party events. Yes, protesting is gay. Yes, political parties are gay. But that's your entry point for meeting other people who are into a certain school of stuff. And then finally, invite-only events. You might take a couple steps to get to an invite-only event, but it's always going to give you a higher quality of people. And then I'll finish off today's. I'm not actually done with, we'll continue on future shows. A few weeks we'll do building second realm networks again. A few second realm networks we've heard tell of so far. We've got Freedom Cells. You can check out the Freedom Cells website. Find some people on there with Freedom Cells. There's this weird gay ass shit called PAZNIA. It's fucking gay as fuck. You can go to PAZNIA.com and check out all those faggots and pedophiles on PAZNIA. Whatever the hell that is. You got Paralelny Polis. That's a bigger thing in Europe, but it's a thing. Paralelny Polis guys are cool. And then we've got some weird ass shit called State Resistance Union. Who are they? I don't know. They name themselves after a historical group. We've got a guy from there, Calypso, who talks to us. I don't know. Maybe you should ask Calypso what it is. I don't fucking know what's going on. And if I did, I wouldn't tell you. We've done it. We've wasted all of our time. We've made it feel like content. Did it feel like content, folks? Good. I'm glad that you're entertained. But trust me, I'm a much better privacy consultant than I am an entertainer. An amazing privacy consultant, full of all sorts of James Bond, Jason Bourne type magical powers. You ever played that game Dishonored, where the guy can turn invisible and like teleport behind people and shit? That's me. You want to learn a few of those skills from my skill tree? Do you have the experience points necessary to level up? Then it's time to go to me, the quest giver and skill book seller in the RPG of life and privacy. Go to VonuPodcast.com/CD and find my contact details on Session or SimpleX. If you're in trouble or you've got a little money and you want help with privacy or security, come talk to me on Session or SimpleX. We'll see if I can help you out, straighten you out. There's discounts if you bought the digital stakeholder thing, or if you're a vetted stakeholder, whatever. On the next show next week, it's when is my show again? 4 Eastern and 1 Pacific. On my next show, the Down to Earth tip we'll go through this old book called Steal This Book, or at least the section called Survive. Ooh, going way back to the early 70s, even before Vonu was a thing that people said. And then we're gonna maybe talk about zero knowledge reputation systems and private decentralized markets, or whatever comes up. We'll see. I don't know. I'll leave you with a quote from Masaki Hatsumi. After I take 30 fucking seconds to get the quote in front of me. Here's a quote from Masaki Hatsumi. He's a ninja, okay? It's important to make an effort under any circumstance. Stagnant, sickness, being in an unstable lifestyle, even when society is insane. You should consider such periods as an omen before you move. When you are stuck on something, it is important to hold to your purpose, but not press onward against the current. When you can't move at all, try to concentrate, continuing forward as if in a boat, switching to a stronger motor. Self-Liberation Saturday will keep going for some hours still. Voluntaryist Academy with James Cordiner should be on soon, 6:30 Eastern, 3:30 Pacific, followed by some more PRND programming. So don't touch that dial. Folks, stay tuned and stay frosty.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
George Sanchez, here reporting for the PAZNIA Department of Health and Wellness, our regular installment of Longevity Wonders. As a service to our members, we are always on the lookout for those in excellent health who may have lessons to share when it comes to the topics of health and longevity. With me today is Sage Rosen. While Sage isn't old enough to fulfill the longevity angle, he did recover from so-called stage 4 liver cancer in a highly unconventional way. Let's learn more. Sage, it's great to be with you. Could you tell us your story?
Yes, George, namaste. 5 years ago, deep into a raw vegan diet, I experienced a wide array of health issues. After some testing, mainstream medicine called it liver cancer, highly progressed. They recommended chemotherapy immediately, but still didn't have much hope. Well, one morning, about 16 hours into a hero dose of LSD, the idea came to me. I just needed to start drinking my own urine. This may have just been the drug addict mind at work, as each time I drank a glass of that warm, delicious piss, I redosed some of the acid for a couple days. It was a hell of a time, let me tell you. After I returned to normal, I continued the piss therapy and also started working in meat and dairy back into my diet. It was amazing. My body basically rebuilt itself, and it was from drinking my own urine.
I have to exercise some skepticism here. It could have just as easily been adding back in the meat and dairy. I think you just ate a malnourished diet. Anyway, did you go back and get tests to verify your newfound state of good health?
George, I have to disagree. If you haven't ever tried drinking your own piss, you just wouldn't understand. But yes, I went back and all of my tests came back stellar, within the span of a few months.
You mentioned something else before we started recording. Fermented urine?
Ah, yes. This is where the real hypercharged magic happens. Just as there are benefits to fermenting dairy, cabbage, etc., there are amazing benefits for fermenting urine too. Pee into a mason jar and leave it there for as long as you can muster. If you're like me, you're fiending for that shit, and it's hard to get beyond a week fermentation. I think I could have been the stage for liver cancer in half the time if I started the fermenting urine from the start.
Just incredible. Truly incredible. Well, Sage, I think you're going to have a hard sell here on getting the listeners and viewers to start consuming their own urine. But regardless, we're happy you found health however you managed to do it. Alright, folks. There you have it, Sage Rosen, a connoisseur of all things urine. Of course, I can't truly recommend a modality like this, but I hope it's been enlightening nonetheless. With that, we'll close out this installment of Longevity Wonders. I'm George Sanchez reporting for the PAZNIA Department of Health and Wellness. Hope you found it of value. Until next time, cheers.
Hey folks, this is Buster Cherry. I just wanted to let you know about a new Bitcoin podcast that is launching. Are you tired of listening to podcasts done by suits? Do you want to hear content that affirms you doing nothing and makes you feel good about it? Do you want to be told that you can change the world by buying $100 hardware wallets, using Bitcoin-only KYC exchanges, running knots on a Start9 server, as well as buying whatever the recent gadget is? Do you want to hear macro gibberish that doesn't even make sense but confirms you are right? Well, Plebs Slop is the podcast for you. By plebs for plebs, this podcast will complain about people doing things while making you feel good, while you sit on your couch smoking weed and shit posting about David Bailey on Twitter. The co-hosts, Citizen Pleb and Toxic Plebanaut, will entertain you. This podcast can only be found on Fiat Podcasting 1.0 platforms because the hosts don't believe you should ever spend your Bitcoin. Find the hosts on Twitter, not Nostr, because the UX is too hard. Now sit back, light a cigarette, and enjoy the show.
Hello, friends, fellow self-liberators. Dr. Gatherer here coming to you with a health and wellness message. The Pain Liberator, Miracle Muscle Pain Reliever, is now back in stock at libertyunderattack.com for your basic aches and pains, to more extensive injuries and even pains like headaches or migraines. The Pain Liberator is here to liberate you from discomfort. The Pain Liberator is a 20% DMSO, dimethyl sulfoxide, /80% colloidal silver water base, blended with enough aspirin to provide 30 milligrams of aspirin per spray. Beyond just pain relief, all three of these main ingredients provide enormous benefit to the body in general. DMSO also helps to bring the aspirin and colloidal silver into the skin for maximum bioavailability. Individual benefits include: colloidal silver is antibacterial, antifungal, used for sore throats, sinus problems, tooth infections, and candida overgrowths. DMSO has over 40 known pharmacological properties, helps with acne, heals shingles, is radio/EMF protective, painkiller, and heals stroke and heart attack damage. Aspirin is one of the safest, cheapest miracle drugs in existence. Searching PubMed, it assists with basically every disease or imbalance, from muscle pain to reversing cancerous tumors and everything in between. Spray directly on head for headaches. The Pain Liberator is available via Liberty Under Attack publications. Just visit libertybunderAttack.com/pain to place your order today. PayPal, Bitcoin, and Monero accepted. For Monero, email shane@libertyunderattack.com. The Pain Liberator, Miracle Muscle Pain Reliever, a PAZNIA Department of Health and Wellness creation. libertyunderattack.com/pain.
Last night, the Lord gave me a dream of hope and of revival. The Lord showed me a town that was demoralized. The people were tired and the buildings were dilapidated. Once a vibrant city shining on a hill, the economy had crumbled when the coal mine that employed the townspeople had shut down, causing many people to lose their jobs. The situation seemed hopeless as a place once full of vibrant culture fell into squalor and the people struggled to pay their taxes. But then a new industry came to town, as well as a musician. The industry brought life and the musician brought good vibes. All of a sudden, a town that was gasping its last breaths was invigorated. People that were tired and giving up hope began to feel connection and jump with joy. I know that times are hard out there right now, but Jesus' message is how you can change the world with good vibes. The Lord commands you to lift your vibes high. He came into the world when the vibes were low, when the people felt like they had no hope. On the day he was crucified, even his followers had bad vibes. But Jesus conquered bad vibes once and for all so that we can conquer them ourselves. I know it's hard out there. There is war on the horizon. People are arguing about relay policy. Many faithful are losing hope that President Trump will pump our meme coins and usher in the God candle. But church, you do not need to wait for the God candle to have good vibes. Let us reject the temptation to be grumpy. The world needs a good vibes revival, so let us start here today on the first day of October. Now, church, let's sing and usher the good vibe revival into this world, here and now.
The weight of the world tests my faith. I try to repent, but it feels too late. People are angry, tired and scared. Temptations to think that you don't care. You found me when my vibes were low. You picked me up and healed my soul. We sit and wait for your arrival. But while we wait, let's have a good vibes revival. The good vibes.
Hey pioneers, my name is Fillmore Katz and I am a Jewish lawyer. Richard Grieser asked me to give my thoughts on some legal theory regarding the revelations from Lola Leitz's recent piece in The Rage. It appears that Luke's lawyers have been working on attempting to set some legal precedents around spam and are alleged to be drafting letters to mining pools. They seem to want to use threats of government coercion in order to further their goals of how they think other businesses should operate, as well as how individuals should be running nodes in their own homes. If there is one thing that gets a Jewish lawyer like me excited, it is lawfare and outrageous legal theory. Let it be said, two can play this game, but the Jew always wins. A legal precedent was set in 1919 in the United States Supreme Court case, Schenck v. United States, that shouting fire in a crowded theater was not a First Amendment protected activity, as it was done to unjustly incite panic. Actions like these are dangerous and immoral. We have seen in recent months individuals attempt to incite panic that Bitcoin will die as a result of running core version 30. This is patently false, as raising the op return limit will have almost no effect whatsoever at encouraging spam, as it is 4 times as expensive as current inscription mechanisms. Individuals including uncredentialed professors, influencers, mining pool operators, podcasters, and developers have repeatedly shouted fire in the crowded theater, which is Bitcoin Twitter, etc. They have used threats of state violence as a mechanism to enforce node policy and have concocted wild theories on exploitative material being dispersed on the Bitcoin blockchain. I am not an advocate for state violence, as I believe humans can resolve many issues without violence from powerful criminal gangs who are made up predominantly of individuals who consume exploitative materials. But the ones shouting fire in crowded theaters need to understand that if they are to live by the sword of attempting to wield the pedophilic ruling class against their political opponents, they may indeed die by the sword, as they themselves are failing their own legal purity tests. Terrorizing the plebs for your own political goals is immoral, but also in this case likely illegal. I would encourage individuals to quit amplifying the ones shouting fire, as you could be unintentionally breaking the law, but also unintentionally hurting and scaring the plebs. With the introduction of the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve, this issue becomes even more legally dangerous, as shouting fire in the theater and inciting mobs of angry plebs could be interpreted as threats to national security. I have answered this question pro bono, as I know the Bugle journalists spend all their money on cigarettes, and I was interested in this topic. If you would like to have your legal questions answered, you can reach out to me at the Jewish law firm Katz & Goldberg, where you can talk to me for just a small amount of $5,000 an hour. Remember that when it comes to law, the Jewish lawyers always win. Have a good day, folks, and enjoy the podcast.
LUA Pub Records presents the most inspirational alternative band in the world, Richard Grieser and the Bugle, featuring the first credentialed journalist, songwriter, and producer. Is he the next Leonardo da Vinci? No, he's just a man who smokes a lot of cigarettes and has a bachelor's in journalism. With great inspirational songs like The Princess and the Podcast Listener.
I need a Prince Charming to save me from my depression. A man whose full-time job is listening to Bitcoin podcasts.
The hit track, Non-Compliant 1776.
All across the country, the people are awakening. Politicians are quivering and shaking.
This one-of-a-kind album titled Now That's What I Call Defiance is filled with instant classics. This album is not available in stores, and limited digital quantities are available, so order now. Visit libertyunderattack.com/buglemusic to order today.
Vonu means relative physical invulnerability to coercion. Vonu is a contraction of voluntary and not vulnerable. Vonu is somewhat like freedom or security, but those words mean many different things to different people. Rather than argue about what those words ought to mean, I speak of Vonu. Coercion includes murder, mayhem, slavery, robbery, rape, extortion, pollution. any physical interference with peaceful activities of another, whether by individuals or organizations. Coercion, especially institutionalized forms such as war, regimentations, and taxes, is one of the major problems of mankind. Practically all past attempts at solution have been top-down efforts to change society as a whole. Since the days of Babylon, there have been countless attempts to reform governments, take over governments, destroy governments, and manipulate public opinion. At most, such efforts bring temporary relief. Usually they have little effect. Often, they make matters worse. Vonu Life represents a different approach to the problem. Vonu Life does not waste space scolding government officials or proclaiming how society ought to be. Vonu Life speaks to you as an individual or small group and suggests ways you can avoid exploiting and being exploited. As you reduce the vulnerability, not only do you help yourself, indirectly you also help others by decreasing support of criminal institutions. Vonu is not necessarily only a few. Vonu will expand as there are more people willing to do. A Vonuan is a person who has achieved relative invulnerability to coercion. There are many kinds. Some live in the wilderness, where outsiders rarely go. Others live under the earth. Others move from place to place, living in vans, campers, buses, boats, or tents. Some have been Vonu for ages, people such as gypsies, mountain men, hobos, Seminoles. Others are recent refugees from the dying cities. This issue describes some of the equipment and techniques used. In future issues, I hope you'll add your knowledge to what is in here. Vonu Life. How to live and let live, out of sight and minds of those unwilling to let live, by people who are doing it. To order your paperback copy today, just visit libertyunderattack.com/Vonu Life. Again, libertyunderattack.com/Vonu Life. Or to download this publication for free, visit VonuPodcast.com/VL.
Now that the technological foundation is laid for the PAZNIA radio network, we are now ready to start building out a regular, and more frequent transmission schedule of self-liberational media. Do you want to host your own show on the PAZNIA radio network? Do you already have a show or podcast that you would like premiered or replayed during our transmissions? Something else? Reach out to Coordinator Rayo to discuss details. Email coordinator@PAZNIA.com. Again, coordinator@PAZNIA.com. See you in the second realm.
Thanks to Chihuahua Chezik, the newest signer of the PAZNIA Constitution. His message reads, quote, "Dear government, I don't need another daddy. Get your nose out of my business. Get your nose out of my bank account, my communications, my computer and phone, my comings and goings, my views and my thoughts. And get your hands out of my fucking pockets." End quote. Aye, cheers to that, Mr. Chihuahua. View the full list of signatures and messages, and even leave your own by visiting PAZNIA.com/sign. Again, PAZNIA.com/sign.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA radio network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network. The newest bundle via Liberty Under Attack publications. Over the course of the past 7+ years, the LUA Publications catalog has greatly expanded. 4 years ago, we put together our very first self-liberation bundle, a way to pick up all the books we publish in one bundle at a heavily discounted price. Back then, there were 17 books. Well, we finally got around to an update and the total number of books is up to a staggering 27. The Self-Liberation Bundle is now essentially a small library of the highest quality, rarest self-liberational media, not available via anyone else. We know, as we struggled to locate much of it for our own delectation over the past decade or so. Truly some pieces of valuable libertarian history, priceless strategy guides, liberty agorist fiction, and much more. Purchasing these books individually, you'd pay well over $400. Save big, and order your self-liberation bundle today. Bitcoin and Monero preferred. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/slbundle. Again, libertyunderattack.com/slbundle. Liberty Under Attack Publications. Share your story, find your freedom.
Does your body ever hurt anywhere? Get some Pain Liberator. Go to libertyunderattack.com/painthane. It's a little spray bottle with 20% DMSO and a base of colloidal silver water, magnesium, and aspirin. Great for most any kind of pain, sprained ankle, sore back, headaches, toothache, or jaw pain. I heard the Pain Liberator ad on the stream before my show today, and it reminded me a lot of Head On, applied directly to the forehead, that old video, because there was like a female voice talking about spraying it on your forehead, and it was kind of, I don't know if I'd go so far as to say the female voice was abrasive, but it was, I don't know, it was close enough to remind me that. Anyway, it works really well. Pain Liberator works really, really well, and it's really unique. DMSO and aspirin on their own are each very useful. When put together, it's fucking magical, because aspirin works kind of slowly when you swallow it. If you mix it with DMSO and spray it topically, it's absorbed right away into your body and it works right away. That's really good. And the magnesium is important too. It helps with muscle damage, injuries, and it's probably recovery from workouts, I imagine, too, now that I think about it. And probably with migraines. I don't know. It's a big fucking deal. It's a unique product. You really can't get something like this anywhere else. It's crazy. No one's thought about this before. Go to libertyunderattack.com/painthane. Get some Pain Liberator.
The newest addition to the PAZNIA radio network, the Voluntaryist Academy with James Cordiner. Voluntaryist Academy is an educational platform dedicated to the principles of non-aggression, self-ownership, and the ethical philosophy of voluntarism. Here, we reject the mythology of political authority and embrace the timeless truth that all human interaction should be grounded in consent and moral integrity. Through rigorous study, in-depth courses, and accessible materials, the Academy equips individuals with the tools to critically examine the foundations of coercive systems, and to replace them with voluntary, peaceful alternatives rooted in natural law. Whether you are new to these ideas or looking to deepen your understanding, Voluntaryist Academy provides a structured path to intellectual freedom, ethical consistency, and personal sovereignty. Explore the curriculum. Challenge false assumptions. Learn to live free. You can hear episodes of the Voluntaryist Academy here on the PAZNIA Radio Network every Self-Liberation Saturday, starting at 6:30 p.m. Eastern /5:30 p.m. Central Time. For more information, visit PAZNIA.com/radio.
Welcome back to Timmy Tether Tonight. Our first guest this evening is Dr. Herschel Epstein. Dr. Epstein is a Bitcoin-only physician who specializes in anti-aging. Dr. Epstein works closely with high-net-worth plebs and no-coiners who want to live forever. Give a big round of applause to Dr. Herschel Epstein. Welcome, Doc.
Thank you, Timmy. It's great to be here with you tonight.
So tell the audience what you do and why you do it. You're not just some fiat doctor pushing the same old fiat Fauci slop, right?
No way, Timmy. Not at all. I work with billionaires and tech CEOs who want to live forever. I help them achieve their goals, but most importantly, I orange pill them, because if you want to afford to live forever and afford to pay taxes forever, you absolutely need Bitcoin.
Amen. That's what these rich old Jews need to realize. So, Doc, tell us a little more about what your patients are telling you. What are their goals besides living forever? Do they want to start podcasts, build citadels, or just fortify their legacies?
All of the above, Timmy, but some of my highest profile patients just want to be plebs.
Hold on, these guys just want to be plebs? You mean to tell me billionaires are spending their hard-earned sats to live forever and be humble while doing it?
Well, a lot of these guys spent their lives working long hours building empires and capturing the levers of the state to assert control over regular people. In their retirement, they just want to stop being grown-ups and just be plebs. They want to hang out on Bitcoin spaces, smoke weed, and shitpost their favorite memes. They're not so different from you and I, Timmy, and modern medicine has advanced to the point that we can help them. But they're going to need Bitcoin, as you know.
Fascinating stuff. They will definitely need Bitcoin, but they're also going to need to listen to Bitcoin podcasts. Speaking of Bitcoin podcasts, we have an excellent episode of Bugle Weekly coming up for you tonight. So stay tuned, and thank you, Dr. Epstein.
Thank you, Timmy. Stay humble, stack sats, and you can stay a pleb forever.
My education has turned my life around completely. Now I have time to do things I enjoy.
I didn't want to take the easy way to success. I wanted a challenge.
So what if the revolution doesn't have good UX? As an independent woman, I am not afraid of a bad user experience.
But a real cypherpunk education, bad user experience and all, means nothing without accreditation. It's pointless without educators and professors with the proper credentials.
That's why I chose the University of Bitcoin.
That's why I chose the University of Bitcoin.
The University of Bitcoin is a credentialed, protocol-first institution. Students learn how to transact adversarially, not about the latest drama or pleb slop.
At University of Bitcoin, your time is valued. Professors don't pick and choose the Bitcoin podcasts you listen to. They help you increase your podcast entropy and your on-chain confidence.
Before you enroll in school to learn about Bitcoin, how to use it, or pay $790 for tuition, check out the University of Bitcoin.
If you want to be a pioneer instead of just some pleb with a degree, check out University of Bitcoin. University of Bitcoin, education for pioneers.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
All right, we're back again. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm James Cordiner. This is Voluntaryist Academy. I am streaming tonight for the third night in a row. I'm pretty pumped about that. Tonight should not be as long as last night was. Last night was very long indeed. Last night we read No Treason, the Constitution of No Authority by Lysander Spooner in its entirety all 3 parts, about 3.5 hours. Pretty proud of that. Tonight we're going to read Liberty and Property by Ludwig von Mises. But first, a little housekeeping. I want to make everybody know, have everybody know that that intro music is Brendan Daniel Music on Instagram. Go check his work out. He's a good friend, and he's an amazingly talented artist. So go check his stuff out. Go over to voluntaryistacademy.com. That's my website. If you like the stream, check out the website. That's where you can find everything else that I'm up to. And so tonight we're going to be reading Liberty and Property by Ludwig von Mises. And it's a pretty short book. It's really not much at all. I mean, the text is pretty big. You can see here on the book cam, like the text is pretty big. So it shouldn't take very long at all. When we get into the presentation, it should move along pretty swiftly. Just want to shut off my little space heater back there. Okay, so that does it for housekeeping. And with that being said, let's just jump right in. Liberty and Property by Ludwig von Mises. This article was originally delivered as a lecture at Princeton University, October 1958, at the 9th meeting of the Mont Pelerin Society. And it's largely about, let's get into it. At the end of the 18th century, there prevailed 2 notions of liberty, each of them with very different from what we have in mind today, referring to liberty and freedom. The first of these conceptions was purely academic and without any application to the conduct of political affairs. It was an idea derived from the books of the ancient authors, the study of which was then the sum and substance of higher education. In the eyes of these Greek and Roman writers, freedom was not something that had to be granted to all men. It was a privilege of the minority, to be withheld from the majority. What the Greeks called democracy was, in the light of the present-day terminology, not what Lincoln called government by the people, but oligarchy, the sovereignty of full-right citizens in a community in which the masses were metics or slaves. Even this rather limited freedom after the 4th century before Christ was not dealt with by the philosophers, historians, and orators as a practical constitutional institution. As they saw it, it was a feature of the past irretrievably lost. They bemoaned the passing of this golden age, but they did not know any method of returning to it. The second notion of liberty was no less oligarchic, although it was not inspired by any literary reminiscence. It was the ambition of the landed aristocracy, and sometimes also of urban patricians, to preserve their privileges against the rising power of royal absolutism. In most parts of continental Europe, the princes remained victorious in these conflicts. Only in England and in the Netherlands did the gentry and the urban patricians succeed in defeating the dynasties. But what they won was not freedom for all, but only freedom for an elite, for a minority of the people. We must not condemn as hypocrites the men who, in those ages, praised liberty, while they preserved the legal disabilities of the many, even serfdom and slavery. They were faced with a problem which they did not know how to solve satisfactorily. The traditional system of production was too narrow for a continually rising population. The number of people for whom there was, in a full sense of the term, no room left by the pre-capitalistic methods of agriculture and artisanship was increasing. These supernumeraries were starving paupers. They were a menace to the preservation of the existing order of society, and for a long time, nobody could think of another order, a state of affairs, that would feed all these poor wretches. There could not be any question of granting them full civil rights,
full civil rights, still less of giving them a share of the conduct of affairs of state. The only expedient the rulers knew was to keep them quiet by resorting to force. Chapter 2. The pre-capitalistic system of product was restrictive. Its historical basis was military conquest. The victorious kings had given the land to their paladins. These aristocrats were lords in the literal meaning of the word, as they did not depend on the patronage of consumers buying or abstaining from buying on a market. On the other hand, they themselves were the main customers of the processing industries which, under the guild system, were organized on a corporative scheme. This scheme was opposed to innovation. It forbade deviation from the traditional methods of production. The number of people for whom there were jobs, even in agriculture or in the arts and crafts, was limited. Under these conditions, many a man, to use the word of Malthus, had to discover that, quote, at nature's mighty feast there is no vacant cover for him, and that she tells him to be gone. But some of these outcasts nevertheless managed to survive, begot children, and made the number of destitute grow hopelessly more and more. But then came capitalism. It is customary to see the radical innovations that capitalism brought about in the substitution of the mechanical factory for the more primitive and less efficient methods of the artisans' shops. This is a rather superficial view. The characteristic feature of capitalism that distinguishes it from pre-capitalist methods of production was its new principle of marketing. Capitalism is not simply mass production, but mass production to satisfy the needs of the masses. The arts and crafts of the good old days had catered almost exclusively to the wants of the well-to-do. But the factories produced cheap goods for the many. All the early factories turned out was designed to serve the masses, the same strata that worked in the factories. They served them either by supplying them directly or indirectly by exporting and thus providing for them foreign food and raw materials. This principle of marketing was the signature of early capitalism as it is of present-day capitalism. The employees themselves are the customers, consuming the much greater part of all goods produced. They are the sovereign customers who are, quote-unquote, always right. Their buying or abstention from buying determines what has to be produced, in what quantity and of what quality. In buying what suits them best makes some enterprises profit and expand and make other enterprises lose money and shrink. Thereby, they are continually shifting control of the factors of production into the hands of those businessmen who are most successful in filling their wants. Under capitalism, private property of the factors of production is a social function. The entrepreneurs, capitalists, and landowners are mandataries, as it were, of the consumers, and their mandate is revocable. In order to be rich, it is not sufficient to have once saved and accumulated capital. It is necessary to invest it again and again in those lines in which it best fills the wants of the consumers. The market process is a daily repeated plebiscite, and it ejects inevitably from the ranks of profitable people those who do not employ their property according to the orders given by the public. But business, the target of fanatical hatred on the part of all contemporary governments and self-styled intellectuals, acquires and preserves bigness only because it works for the masses. The plants that cater to the luxuries of the few never attain bigger size. The shortcoming of 19th century historians and politicians was that they failed to realize that the workers were the main consumers of the products of industry. In their view, the wage earner was a man toiling for the sole benefit of a parasitic leisure class. They labored under the delusion that the factories had impaired the lot of the manual workers. If they had paid any attention to statistics, they would easily have discovered the fallaciousness of their opinion. Infant mortality dropped, The average length of life was prolonged, the population multiplied, and the average common man enjoyed amenities of which even the well-to-do of earlier ages did not dream. However, this unprecedented enrichment of the masses were merely a byproduct of the Industrial Revolution. Its main achievement was the transfer of economic supremacy from the owners of land to the totality of the population. The common man was no longer a drudge who had to be satisfied with the crumbs that fell from the tables of the rich. The three pariah castes, which were characteristic of the pre-capitalistic ages, the slaves, the serfs, and those people whom patristic and scholastic authors, as well as British legislation from the 16th to the 19th centuries referred to as the poor, disappeared. Their scions became, in this new setting of business, not only free workers, but also customers. This radical change was reflected in the emphasis laid by business on markets. What business needs, first of all, is markets, and again, markets. This was the watchword of capitalistic enterprise. Markets, that means patrons, buyers, consumers. This is, under capitalism, one way to wealth, to serve the consumers better and cheaper than other people do. Within the shop and factory, the owner, or in the corporations, the representative of the shareholders, the president, is the boss. But this mastership is merely apparent and conditional. It is subject to the supremacy of the consumers. The consumer is king, is the real boss, and the manufacturer is done for if he does not outstrip his competitors in best serving consumers. It was this great economic transformation that changed the face of the world. It very soon transferred political power from the hands of a privileged minority into the hands of the people. Adult franchise followed in the wake of industrial enfranchisement. The common man, to whom the market process had given the power to choose the entrepreneur and capitalists, acquired the analogous power in the field of government. He became a voter. It has been observed by eminent economists, I think first by the late Frank A. Fetter, that the market is a democracy in which every penny gives a right to vote. It would be more correct to say that representative government by the people is an attempt to arrange constitutional affairs according to the model of the market, but this design can never be fully achieved. In the political field, it is always the will of the majority that prevails, and the minorities must yield to it. It serves also minorities, provided they are not so insignificant in number as to become negligible. The garment industry produces clothes not only for normal people, but also for the stout. And the publishing trade publishes not only Western and detective stories for the crowd, but also books for discriminating readers. There is a second important difference. In the political sphere, there is no means for an individual or a small group of individuals to disobey the will of the majority. But in the intellectual field, private property makes rebellion possible. The rebel has to pay a price for his independence. There are in this universe no prizes that can be won without sacrifices. But if a man is willing to pay the price, he is free to deviate from the ruling orthodoxy or neo-orthodoxy. What would conditions have been in the socialist commonwealth of heretics like Kierkegaard, Schopenhauer, Veblen, or Freud, for Monet, Courbet, Walt Whitman, Rilke, or Kafka? In all ages, pioneers of new ways of thinking and acting could work only because private property made contempt of the majority's ways possible. Only a few of these separatists were themselves economically independent enough to defy the government and to the opinions of the majority. But they found in the climate of the free economy among the public people prepared to aid and support them. What would Marx have done without his patron, the manufacturer Friedrich Engels? Chapter 3. What vitiates entirely the socialists' economic critique of capitalism is their failure to grasp the sovereignty of the consumers in the market economy. They see only hierarchical organization of the various enterprises and plans, and are at a loss to realize that the profit system forces business to serve the consumers. In their dealings with their employers, the unions proceed as if only malice and greed were to prevent what they call management from paying higher wage rates. Their short-sightedness does not see anything beyond the doors of the factory. They and their henchmen talk about the concentration of power, economic power, and do not realize that economic power is ultimately vested in the hands of the buying public, of which the employers themselves form the immense majority. Their inability to comprehend things as they are is reflected in such inappropriate metaphors as industrial kingdom and dukedoms. They are too dull to see the difference between a sovereign king or duke who could be disposed only by a mere powerful conqueror and a, quote, chocolate king, end quote, who forfeits his, quote unquote, kingdom. As soon as the customers prefer to patronize another supplier, this distortion is at the bottom of all socialist plans. If any of the socialist chiefs had to earn his living by selling hot dogs, he would have learned something about the sovereignty of the customers. But they were professional revolutionaries, and their only job was to kindle civil war. Lenin's ideal was to build a nation's production effort according to the model of the post office, an outfit that does not depend on the consumers because its deficits are covered by compulsory collection of taxes. The whole of society, he said, was to become one office and one factory. He did not see that the very character of the office and the factory was entirely changed when it was alone in the world and no longer grants to people the opportunity to choose among the products and services of various enterprises. Because his blindness made it impossible for him to see the role of the market and the consumers play under capitalism, he could not see the difference between freedom and slavery. Because in his eyes the workers were only workers and not also consumers or customers, he believed that they were already slaves under capitalism, and that one did not change their status when nationalizing all plants and shops. Socialism substitutes the sovereignty of a dictator or committee of dictators for the sovereignty of the consumers. Along with the economic sovereignty of the citizens disappears also their political sovereignty. To the unique production plan that annuls any planning on the part of the consumers corresponds in the constitutional sphere that one-party principle that deprives the citizens of any opportunity to plan the course of public affairs. Freedom is indivisible. He who has not the faculty to choose among various brands of canned food or soap is also deprived of the power to choose between various political parties and programs and to elect the office holders. He is no longer a man. He becomes a pawn in the hands of the supreme social engineer. Even his freedom to rear progeny will be taken away by eugenics. Of course, the socialist leaders occasionally assure us that dictatorial tyranny is to last only for the period of transition from capitalism and representative government to the socialist millennium in which everybody's wants and wishes will be fully satisfied. Once the socialist regime is, quote-unquote, sufficiently secure to risk criticism, Miss Joan Robinson, the eminent representative of the British Neo-Cambridge School, is kind enough to promise us, quote, even independent philharmonic societies, end quote, will be allowed to exist. Thus, the liquidation of all dissenters is the condition that will bring us what the communists call freedom. From this point of view, we may also understand what another distinguished Englishman, Mr. J.G. Crowther, had in mind when he praised Inquisition as, quote, beneficial to science when it protects a rising class, end quote. The meaning of all this is clear. When all people meekly bow to a dictator, there will no longer be any dissenters left for liquidation. Caligula, Torquemada, Robespierre would have agreed with this solution. The socialists have engineered a semantic revolution in converting the meaning of terms into their opposites. In the vocabulary of their quote-unquote newspeak, as George Orwell called it, there is a term, quote, the one-party principle, end quote. Now, etymologically, party is derived from the noun part. The brotherless part is no longer different from its antonym, the whole. It is identical with it. A brotherless party is not a party, and the one-party principle is, in fact, a no-party principle. It is a suppression of any kind of opposition. Freedom implies the right to choose between assent and dissent. But in newspeak, it means the duty to assent unconditionally and strict interdiction of dissent. This reversal of the traditional connotation of all words of the political terminology is not merely a peculiarity of the language of the Russian communists and their fascist and Nazi disciples. The social order that, in abolishing private property, deprives the consumers of their autonomy and independence, and thereby subjects every man to the arbitrary discretion of the Central Planning Board, could not win the support of the masses if they were not to camouflage its main character. The socialists would have never duped the voters if they had openly told them that their ultimate end is to cast them into bondage. For exoteric use, they were forced to pay lip service to the traditional appreciation of liberty. Chapter 4. It was different in the esoteric discussions among the inner circles of the Great Conspiracy. There, the initiated did not dissemble their intentions concerning liberty. Liberty was, in their opinion, certainly a good feature in the past in the frame of bourgeoisie society because it provided them with the opportunity to embark on their schemes. But once socialism has triumphed, there is no longer any need for free thought and autonomous actions on the part of individuals. Any further change can only be a deviation from the perfect state that mankind has attained in reaching the bliss of socialism. Under such conditions, it would be simply lunacy to tolerate dissent. Liberty, says the Bolshevist, is a bourgeoisie prejudice. The common man does not have any ideas of his own. He does not write books, does not hatch heresies, and does not invent new methods of production. He just wants to enjoy life. He has no use for the class interests of the intellectuals who make a living as a professional dissenters and innovators. This is certainly the most arrogant disdain of the plain citizen ever devised. There is no need to argue this point, for the question is not whether or not the common man can himself take advantage of the liberty to think, to speak, and to write books. The question is whether or not the sluggish routinist profits from the freedom granted to those who eclipse him in intelligence and willpower. The common man may look with indifference and even contempt upon the dealings of better people, but he is delighted to enjoy all the benefits which the endeavors of the innovators put at his disposal. He has no comprehension of what in his eyes is merely inane hair-splitting. But as soon as these thoughts and theories are utilized by enterprising businessmen for satisfying some of his latent wishes, he hurries to acquire the new products. The common man is without doubt the main beneficiary of all the accomplishments of modern science and technology. It is true, a man of average intellectual ability has no chance to rise to the rank of a captain of industry. The sovereignty that the market assigns to him in economic affairs stimulates technologists and promoters to convert to his use all the achievements of scientific research. Only people whose intellectual horizon does not extend beyond the internal organizations of the factory and who do not realize what makes the businessman run fail to notice this fact. The admirers of the Soviet system tell us again and again that freedom is not the supreme good. It is, quote unquote, not worth having if it implies poverty. The sacrifice in order to attain wealth for the masses is, in their eyes, fully justified. But for a few unruly individualists who cannot adjust themselves to the ways of regular fellows, all people in Russia are perfectly happy. We may leave it undecided whether this happiness was also shared by the millions of Ukrainian peasants who died from starvation, by the inmates of the forced labor camps, and by the Marxian leaders who were purged. But we cannot pass over the fact that the standard of living was incomparably higher in the free countries of the West than in the communist East. In giving away liberty as the price to be paid for the acquisition of prosperity, the Russians made a poor bargain. They now have neither the one nor the other. Chapter 5. Romantic philosophy labored under the illusion that in the early ages of history the individual was free and that the course of historical evolution deprived him of his primordial liberty. As Jean-Jacques Rousseau saw it, nature accorded men freedom and society enslaved them. In fact, primeval man was at the mercy of every fellow who was stronger and therefore could snatch away from him the scarce means of subsistence. There is in nature nothing to which the name of liberty could be given. The concept of freedom always refers to social relations between men. True, society cannot realize the illusory concept of the individual's absolute independence. Within society, everyone depends on what other people are prepared to contribute to his well-being in return for his own contribution to their well-being. Society is essentially the mutual exchange of services. As far as individuals have the opportunity to choose, they are free. If they are forced by violence or threat of violence to surrender to the terms of an exchange, no matter how they feel about it, they lack freedom. This slave is unfree precisely because the master assigns him his tasks and determines what he has to receive if he fulfills it. As regards the social apparatus of repression and coercion, the government, there cannot be any question of freedom. Government is essentially the negation of liberty. It is the recourse to violence or threat of violence in order to make all people obey the laws of the government, whether they like it or not. As far as the government's jurisdiction extends, there is coercion, not freedom. Government is a necessary institution, the means to make the social system of cooperation work smoothly without being disturbed by violent acts on the part of gangsters, whether of domestic or foreign origin. Government is not, as some people like to say, a necessary evil. It is not an evil, but a means, the only means available to make peaceful human coexistence possible. But it is the opposite of liberty. It is beating, imprisoning, hanging. Whatever a government does is ultimately supported by the actions of armed constables. If the government operates a school or a hospital, the funds required are collected by taxes, i.e. by payments exacted from the citizens. See, like that whole entire thing that I just read, like as a brief aside, that whole entire thing that I just read, I vehemently disagree with Mises on this. When I say Rothbard. He was not correct about that. Government is not a necessary institution. None of it. It's not that. If we take, so let's continue with the reading. If we take into account the fact that as human nature is, there can neither be civilization nor peace without the functioning of the government's apparatus of violent action, we may call government the most beneficial human institution. But the fact remains that government is repression, not freedom. See, like, he's right about that. Government is repression, not freedom. Freedom is to be found only in the sphere in which government does not interfere. But government, like, all right, so now I'm just going to get into commenting on this along the way because this is why I wanted to read this. So, like, government is slavery. You cannot have actual, not like, freedom with government intervening. So this is a bunch of hypocrisy, really. You know, so freedom is to be, liberty is always freedom from the government. Yes. It is the restriction of the government's interference. Yes. It prevails only in the fields in which the citizens have the opportunity to choose the way in which they want to proceed. Civil rights are the statutes that precisely circumscribe the sphere in which the men conducting the affairs of state are permitted to restrict the individual's freedom to act. The ultimate end that men aim at by establishing government is to make possible the operation of a definite system of social cooperation under the principle of the division of labor. If the social system which people want to have is socialism, communism planning, there is no sphere of freedom left. All citizens are in every regard subject to the orders of the government. The state is a total state. The regime is totalitarian. But this is exactly what we have today anyways. So the government alone plans and forces everybody to behave according with this unique plan. In the market economy, the individuals are free to choose the way in which they want to integrate themselves into the frame of social cooperation. As far as the sphere market exchange extends, there is spontaneous action on the part of the individuals. Under this system that is called laissez-faire, and which Ferdinand Lassalle dubbed as the night watchman state, there is freedom because there is a field in which individuals are free to plan for themselves. The socialists must admit that there cannot be any freedom under a socialist system, but they try to obliterate the difference between the servile state and the economic freedom by denying that there is any freedom in the mutual exchange of commodities and service in the market. Every market exchange is, in the words of a social or a pro-socialist lawyer, a coercion over people's liberty. There is, in their eyes, no difference worth mentioning between a man's paying a tax or a fine imposed by a magistrate, or his buying a newspaper or admission to a movie. In each of these cases, the man is subject to governing power. He is not free, for, as Professor Hale says, a man's freedom means, quote, the absence of any obstacle to his use of material goods, end quote. This means I am not free because a woman who has knitted a sweater, perhaps as a birthday present for her husband, puts an obstacle to my using it. I myself am restricting all other people's freedom because I object to their using my toothbrush. In doing this, I am, according to this doctrine, exercising private governing power, which is analogous to public government power, the powers that the government exercise in imprisoning a man in Sing Sing. Those expounding this amazing doctrine consistently conclude that liberty is nowhere to be found. They assert that what they call economic pressures do not essentially differ from the pressures of the master's practice with regard to the slaves. They reject what they call private governmental power, but they don't object to the restriction of liberty by public government power. They want to concentrate all what they call restrictions of liberty in the hands of the government. They attack the institution of private property and the laws that, as they say, stand ready to enforce property rights, that is, to deny liberty to anyone to act in a way which violates them. A generation ago, all housewives prepared soup by proceeding in accordance with the recipes that they got from their mothers or from a cookbook. Today, many housewives prefer to buy a canned soup, to warm it and serve it to their family. But, say our learned doctors, the canning corporation is in a position to restrict the housewife's freedom because in asking a price for the tin can, it puts an obstacle to her use of it. People who did not enjoy the privilege of being tutored by these eminent teachers would say that the canned product was turned out by the cannery and that the corporation, in producing it, removed the greatest obstacle to a consumer's getting and using a can. That is, it's non-existent. The mere essence of a product cannot gratify anybody without its existence. But they were all wrong, say the doctors. The corporation dominates the housewife. It destroys by its excessive concentrated power over her individual freedom, and it is the duty of the government to prevent such a gross offense. Corporations say, under the auspices of the Ford Foundation, another of this group, Professor Burrell, must be subjected to the control of the government. Why does our housewife buy the canned product rather than cling to the methods of her mother and grandmother? No doubt because she thinks this way of acting is more advantageous for her than the traditional custom. Nobody forced her. There were people, they are called jobbers, promoters, capitalists, speculators, stock exchange gamblers, who had the idea of satisfying a latent wish of millions of housewives by investing in the cannery industry. And there are other equally selfish capitalists who, in many hundred of other corporations, provide consumers with many hundreds of other things. The better of a corporation serves the public, the more customers it gets, the bigger it grows. Go into the home of the average American family, and you will see for whom the wheels of the machine are turning. In a free country, nobody is prevented from acquiring riches by serving the consumers better than they were served already. What he needs is only brains and hard work. Modern civilization, nearly all civilization, said Edward Kennan, the last in a long line of eminent British economists, quote, "It is the base on the principle of making things pleasant for those who please the market and unpleasant for those who fail to do so. All this talk about the concentration of economic power is vain. The bigger a corporation is, the more people it serves. The more does it depend on pleasing the consumers, the many, the masses. Economic power in the market economy is in the hands of the consumers. Capitalistic business is not perseverance in the once attained state of production. It is rather ceaseless innovation, daily repeated attempts to improve the provision of the consumers by new, better, and cheaper products. Any actual state of production activities is merely transitory. There prevails incessantly the tendency to supplant what is already achieved by something that serves the consumers better. There is consequently under capitalism a continuous circulation of elites. What characterizes the men who one calls the captains of industry is the ability to contribute new ideas and to put them to work. However big a corporation must be, it is doomed as soon as it does not succeed in adjusting itself daily anew to the best possible methods of serving the consumers. But the politicians and other would-be reformers see only the structure of industry as it exists today. They think that they are clever enough to snatch from business control of the plants as they are today, and to manage them by sticking to already established routines. While the ambitious newcomer, who will be the tycoon of tomorrow, is already preparing plans for things unheard of before, all they have in mind is to conduct affairs along tracks already beaten. There is no record of an industrial innovation contrived and put into practice by bureaucrats. If one does not want to plunge into stagnation, a free hand must be left to those today unknown men who have the ingenuity to lead mankind forward on the way to more and more satisfactory conditions. This is the main problem of a nation's economic organization. Private property of the material factors of production is not a restriction of the freedom of all other people to choose what suits them best. It is, on the contrary, the means that assigns to the common man, in his capacity as a buyer, supremacy in all economic affairs. It is the means to stimulate a nation's most enterprising men to exert themselves to the best of their abilities in the service of all the people. Chapter 6. However, one does not exhaustively describe the sweeping changes that capitalism brought about in the conditions of the common man if one merely deals with the supremacy he enjoys on the market as a consumer and in the affairs of state as a voter, and with the unprecedented improvement of his standard of living. No less important is the fact that capitalism has made it possible for him to save, to accumulate capital, and to invest it. The gulf that in the pre-capitalistic status in caste society separated the owners of property from the penniless poor has been narrowed down. In older ages, the journeyman had such a low pay that he could hardly lay by something, and if he nevertheless did so, he could only keep his savings by hoarding and hiding a few coins. Under capitalism, his competence makes saving possible, and there are institutions that enable him to invest his funds in a business. Not inconsiderable amount of capital employed in American industries is the counterpart of the savings of employees. In acquiring savings deposits, insurance policies, bonds, and also common stock, wage earners and salaried people are themselves earning interest and dividends, and thereby, in the terminology of Marxism, are exploiters. The common man is directly interested in the flowering of business, not only as a consumer and as an employee, but also as an investor. There prevails a tendency to efface to some extent the once sharp difference between those who own factors of production and those who do not. But, of course, this trend can only develop where the market economy is not sabotaged by allegedly social policies. The welfare state, with its methods of easy money, credit expansion, and undisguised inflation, continually takes bites out of all claims payable in units of nation's legal tender. The self-styled champions of the common man are still guided by the obsolete idea that a policy that favors the debtors at the expense of the creditors is very beneficial to the majority of the people. Their inability to comprehend the essential characteristics of the market economy manifests itself also in their failure to see the obvious fact that those whom they feign to aid are creditors in their capacity as savers, policyholders, and owners of bonds. All right, coming close to the end here, guys. Thanks for tuning in. Drop a comment in the chat or hit that like and subscribe button or whatever. And I appreciate that. Chapter 7. The distinctive principle of Western social philosophy is individualism. It aims at the creation of a sphere in which the individual is free to think, to choose, and to act without being restrained by the interference of the social apparatus of coercion and oppression, the state. All the spiritual and material achievements of Western civilization were the result of the operation of this idea of liberty. This doctrine and the policies of individualism and capitalism, its application to economic matters, do not need any apologists or propagandists. The achievements speak for themselves. The case for capitalism and private property rests, apart from other considerations, also upon the incomparable efficiency of its productive effort. It is this efficiency that makes it possible for capitalistic business to support a rapidly increasing population at a continually improving standard of living. The resulting progressive prosperity of the masses creates a social environment in which the exceptionally gifted individuals are free to give their fellow citizens all they are able to give. The social system of private property and limited government is the only system that tends to debarbarize all those who have the innate capacity to acquire personal culture. It is a gratuitous pastime to belittle the material achievements of capitalism by observing that there are things that are more essential for mankind than bigger and speedier motor cars and homes equipped with central heating, air conditioning, refrigerators, washing machines, and television sets. There certainly are such bigger and higher and nobler pursuits, but they are higher and nobler precisely because they cannot be aspired to by any external effort, but require the individual's personal determination and exertion. Those leveling this reproach against capitalism displays a rather crude and materialistic view in assuming that moral and spiritual culture could be built either by the government or by the organization of productive activities. All these external factors can achieve in this regard is to bring about an environment and a competence which offers the individuals the opportunity to work at their own personal perfection and edification. It is not the fault of capitalism that the masses prefer a boxing match to a performance of Sophocles' Antonji and Antigone, jazz music to Beethoven's symphonies, and comics to poetry. But it is certain that while pre-capitalistic conditions, as they still prevail in the much greater part of the world, makes these good things accessible only to a small minority of people, capitalism gives to the many a favorable chance of striving after them. From whatever angle one may look at capitalism, there is no reason to lament the passing of the allegedly good old days. Still less is it justified to long for the totalitarian utopias, whether the Nazi or the Soviet type. We are inaugurating tonight the 9th meeting of the Mont Pelerin Society. It is fitting to remember on this occasion that meetings of this kind, in which opinions opposed to those of the majority of our contemporaries and to those of the governments are advanced and are possible only in the climate of liberty and freedom that is the most precious mark of Western civilization. Let us hope that this right to dissent will never disappear. And that's the end of the book. Then, well, the essay, the speech. A lot of that, honestly, like is not exactly, maybe it's not exactly in line, with maybe what people might think that this channel is going to present regularly, but it is. I mean, it is like it's a nice short speech that kind of shows the progress that's been made in so far as like the liberty community, the ideas of liberty, and how what we see today in the market, how it's been shaped. And again, this being, 72 years old, this speech is 72 years old. The world was a lot different back then. And anarchism in the kind of public, the mainstream, anarchism meant something completely different back then. It wasn't, it was looked upon very differently. And there was a huge amount of this was during the Cold War, so there was a lot going on at this time. So having the bravery to speak about, governments getting in the way of free markets and the types of governments that tend to do so was pretty brave. And so but today we know that all government interferes with the free market, and none of it can really be anything that's going to turn out good for anybody. There are a lot of minarchists out there that think that maybe localism is something that they can rely on to not turn corrupt. I'd be willing to see that in action for a short while, but in any case, before I sign off here, because I wanted to do something tonight. I just didn't want to have it be another 3.5 hour stream like it was last night, or 2 hours like the night before. This goes into the time capsule as a way of showing some of the more progress that's been made. Mises is a brilliant economist and is probably one of the cornerstones of the foundation for the whole entire libertarian movement, at least. But I don't know. Most of his other writings are a lot different than this. But I think next time we'll get into something a little bit more, a little bit heavier. So anyways, guys, let's see. That's going to do it for tonight. I'm James Cordiner. Thank you for tuning in to this live stream. go to voluntaryistacademy.com to check out the website and to catch up on past episodes. You can, obviously explore the YouTube channel. And we have Brendan Daniel to play us out again tonight, and he's going to probably end up being the mainstay artist that's on this channel. So I'm really excited for that. And what else is there? Oh, go to click the link if you want to spend 12 weeks of your life learning new skills and breaking free and maybe coming into the market with your own ideas. Maybe you have ideas of starting your own business or getting a promotion at your job, or I don't know, even asking for a raise or something like that. There's life skills that you have not been taught yet, and you can learn those life skills over at Autonomy. Autonomy is a 12-week course hosted by Richard Grove of TragedyAndHope.com, of Grand Theft World, Peace Revolution, and you can get that at getautonomy.info, link in the show notes. So yeah, thanks a lot, guys. I'll see you later.
Test and try on it. We didn't need to be deceived about solutions to disease and violence. But I know that hill and I know we'll kill and die on it. They can fight.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Thanks to Chihuahua Chezik, the newest signer of the PAZNIA Constitution. His message reads, quote, "Dear government, I don't need another daddy. Get your nose out of my business. Get your nose out of my bank account, my communications, my computer and phone, my comings and goings, my views and my thoughts. And get your hands out of my fucking pockets." End quote. Aye, cheers to that, Mr. Chihuahua. View the full list of signatures and messages, and even leave your own by visiting PAZNIA.com/sign. Again, PAZNIA.com/sign.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA radio network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
Israel, 33 AD. On a hill called Golgotha outside the city of Jerusalem, a man named Jesus is nailed to a wooden cross. He is stripped, beaten, and publicly humiliated, enduring hours of agony until his tragic death. Around him stands a crowd of Jews and Goyim, knowing that they are witnessing one of the most important moments in history. After this day, the world would never be the same. History is undecided on who this man was. To Christians, he was the Son of God. To Muslims, he was a prophet. To the Jews, he was seen as a heretic. Most agree that Jesus was a good man whose teachings were wholesome. Recent revelations put that into question, though, as some are asking if Jesus was truly a plant, meant to pacify the entire Gentile world while the Jews took over every single power structure, secretly controlling everything behind the scenes. I'm your host, Richard Greaser, and I want to welcome you to the inaugural edition of the Bugle Special Investigations, where the world's premier journalists investigate the topics the CIA doesn't want you to hear.
Mr. Sailor, fly me to the moon on your Bitcoin rocket ship. We'll record in the podcast room, play some fiat games and even touch tips. 6102 is a conspiracy. Brian Armstrong says the funds are safe food. When I'm with you, I feel electricity. Mr. Sailor, take my hand. Let's be special friends and hope this party never ends. You're the man I have eyes for. Can I listen to you speak some more? You are pumping my bags as hard as my heart is pumping now. Bitcoin is going to the moon, and I'll let you be Big Spoon. My wife is a little jealous, but you've made me so damn zealous. I've never seen straight men act so gay when they rush to listen to you on stage, but I know I'm the one you adore. Let me take off my pants and let you explore. Mr. Sailor, fly me to the moon on your Bitcoin rocket ship. We'll record in the podcast room, play some fiat games, and even touch tips. You're the man I have eyes for. Can I listen to you speak some more? You are pumping my bags as hard as my heart is pumping now. Bitcoin is going to the moon, and I'll let you big spoon. Mr. Sailor, fly me to the moon on your Bitcoin rocket ship. We'll record in the podcast room, play some fiat games, and even touch tips. You're the man I have eyes for. Can I listen to you speak some more? You are pumping my bags as hard as my heart is pumping now. Bitcoin is going to the moon, and I'll let you be Big Spoon.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
George Sanchez, here reporting for the PAZNIA Department of Health and Wellness, our regular installment of Longevity Wonders. As a service to our members, we are always on the lookout for those in excellent health who may have lessons to share when it comes to the topics of health and longevity. With me today is Sage Rosen. While Sage isn't old enough to fulfill the longevity angle, he did recover from so-called stage 4 liver cancer in a highly unconventional way. Let's learn more. Sage, it's great to be with you. Could you tell us your story?
Yes, George, namaste. 5 years ago, deep into a raw vegan diet, I experienced a wide array of health issues. After some testing, mainstream medicine called it liver cancer, highly progressed. They recommended chemotherapy immediately, but still didn't have much hope. Well, one morning, about 16 hours into a hero dose of LSD, the idea came to me. I just needed to start drinking my own urine. This may have just been the drug addict mind at work, as each time I drank a glass of that warm, delicious piss, I redosed some of the acid for a couple days. It was a hell of a time, let me tell you. After I returned to normal, I continued the piss therapy and also started working in meat and dairy back into my diet. It was amazing. My body basically rebuilt itself, and it was from drinking my own urine.
I have to exercise some skepticism here. It could have just as easily been adding back in the meat and dairy. I think you just ate a malnourished diet. Anyway, did you go back and get tests to verify your newfound state of good health?
George, I have to disagree. If you haven't ever tried drinking your own piss, you just wouldn't understand. But yes, I went back and all of my tests came back stellar, within the span of a few months.
You mentioned something else before we started recording. Fermented urine?
Ah, yes. This is where the real hypercharged magic happens. Just as there are benefits to fermenting dairy, cabbage, etc., there are amazing benefits for fermenting urine too. Pee into a mason jar and leave it there for as long as you can muster. If you're like me, you're fiending for that shit, and it's hard to get beyond a week fermentation. I think I could have been the stage for liver cancer in half the time if I started the fermenting urine from the start.
Just incredible. Truly incredible. Well, Sage, I think you're going to have a hard sell here on getting the listeners and viewers to start consuming their own urine. But regardless, we're happy you found health however you managed to do it. Alright, folks. There you have it, Sage Rosen, a connoisseur of all things urine. Of course, I can't truly recommend a modality like this, but I hope it's been enlightening nonetheless. With that, we'll close out this installment of Longevity Wonders. I'm George Sanchez reporting for the PAZNIA Department of Health and Wellness. Hope you found it of value. Until next time, cheers.
this special episode of the Vonu Podcast, the first and hopefully ongoing installment series titled LUA Publications Reviews. A lot of our books would definitely draw criticism from the first realm, the Servile Society, but our most popular book, Sedition, Subversion, and Sabotage, by Ben Stone, undoubtedly takes the radical cake. None of it is to be taken seriously, and thankfully some of the commenters understand that. Others are authoritarian retards who deserve to be put on blast for being so goddamn stupid. And for many other comments, we could all use some humor in our lives. So, yeah, let's go ahead and do this. I welcome you to the first edition of LUA Publications Reviews. So I'll get flipped over here, and we'll get to it. This is going to be fun. So yeah, if you just type in Sedition, Subversion, Sabotage into the lovely Amazon. It'll come up, and again, it's the most popular book. It's like top 15, I think, in the anarchist category. Or it's different categories. It varies. It's been a while since I checked, but we got 103 ratings. It's almost 5 stars, so that gives you a pretty good idea. And we will, I guess, get the feel for what we're going to see here. And you'll start to catch on very, very quickly. So the first one, we'll just go in order because there's not that many written reviews, but the ones who took the time to write did so for a very positive reason or a very negative reason. But anyway, Josh, whoever Josh is, just some Josh from the United States, 5 stars, and like this book is not for you. Will this book be the best and most important manual you'll read in your entire life? I cannot answer that question, but you deserve to make that decision for yourself. As another reviewer previously incorrectly stated, the book is exactly what it claims to be, and I denounce it in its entirety. Again, remember this guy gave 5 stars. Back to the review. There is an extremely high possibility either now or in the future that people would do absolutely anything within their means to acquire access to the contents of this book. Are you willing to face the responsibility that comes with possessing something of that sort of value? Think long and hard about it. Additionally, I would have to assume, although I cannot be sure, that the prerequisite reading and life experience required to fully and properly comprehend the stance of this book is something on the lines of having read everything you've ever been able to get your hands on twice, while traveling around the world twice, once in forward and once in reverse, and then doing it all over again. 8 people found this to be helpful. Good. I understand why. So, as our Dave, the Amazon username these are verified purchases, by the way, so people actually definitely bought the book. Again, 5 stars. Not a field manual about scorpions. No, my good sir, it is not a field manual about scorpions. So his actual review is this: this book has little to nothing to do with scorpions. Oh my god, no, it does not. No, it does not. In fact, it is a field manual to It is not a field manual to identify scorpions. It really doesn't teach you so much about the arachnid at all. A little bit, but nothing you won't find in a general book about the arachnids. So buyer beware. Read a little more of the description than I did, and don't buy in a hurry thinking you'll use this to ID arachnid species. Again, this guy was a verified purchaser, 5-star review. I appreciate the culture jamming so much. I really do. Rick, 1-star review, not worth the money, was the caption. I was not impressed with what was covered in this book. I do not think it was worth the cover price, so I returned it to Amazon. After I returned it, they told me to keep the book, and I did not need to send it back. So now I have it and can read it, but didn't have to pay for it. But you should not do this on purpose. But he gave a 1-star review, so I feel like he just I guess I can use it to put in a fire or something. So it'll be used for a good purpose and didn't cost anybody anything, I guess, other than Amazon. So everybody wins still. This is just Amazon customer, 5 stars, official 5 stars, new way of thinking. This book is amazing. The zero aggression principle really resonates with me. I love the ideas and how the book is told out to the reader. Highly recommend. So yeah, it looks like this brought someone, a book titled Sedition, Subversion, and Sabotage brought someone to understand the value of non-aggression. But hence why I have the only 2 metal implements in my background. An August Burns Red Christian China symbol that says, God loves you, and then a desire to murder one and the other. It's very paradoxical, but I love it. I really do. This is the world we live in, though. Chandler is next. Dangerous Knowledge is the Best Knowledge, 5 stars. This book is exactly what it claims to be, and I denounce it in its entirety. Well done, Chandler. Well done. Dick, decide for yourself. Get a Kindle sample first. 5 stars. I denounce this book and its contents in its entirety and regret the purchase. With 5 stars. Michael Garcia, 5 stars. It's an amazing book. So It's Anne was the caption, and the amazing book was the rest. Brent Alaric Terry, your grandchildren will fight for this book someday. It was 4 stars, not 5 stars, but that's a pretty damn good caption. And the actual review is, this book is what it says it is. I denounce it in its entirety. So now we're getting to reviews from other countries, and this is where it gets kind of interesting. From what I understood very briefly, I haven't looked at reviews for books, and I do it like once a year or something like that. And like across like Goodreads and all that, like the LA Publications book, like what sort of stars they're getting and what comments and reviews and such. But yeah, these ones are kind of interesting. And we'll just go through it. Anyway, here we go. The non US reviews. Scott W, 5 stars. How dare they? Reviewed in Canada back in 2020. I denounced this book and its content. I know that I could have easily downloaded the entire book online for free at badquaker.com, but I wanted to make sure that I could keep at least one physical copy out of the hands of a younger person who may currently who may view current protest movements as mere astroturf and be looking for other ways to challenge the state. Charlie, 5 stars, looks interesting. From the United Kingdom in March of 2021. Looks interesting. I would have liked a page of contents, though. He's talking about table of contents. Yeah, that I guess maybe if there's a new edition of this book, maybe I'll put a table of contents in there. But it's the way the book is set up. It's not. It would. Yep. Anyway, yeah, that's a good suggestion. Can probably make that happen if there's a 3rd edition of the book, and there very probably will be. Again, just from the fact that this is like, biggest seller, and to keep the the updated list of books that we have and such offers. Yeah, but it's only like every 1 or 2 years. Very minor updates in that regard. But anyway, that's behind the scenes such. Okay, so this person, S. Yeah, we got to translate this review to English. I do not speak French. If it was in Spanish, I could muscle through it, but... all right. No bug. Well, if I'd known that. 1 star. Reviewed in France in November 2020. My friend and I read everything, and we are great consumers of books of all types of content. We like to read, and we like to discover other people's perspectives through their books. I never wrote a comment or returned a book. But in an an exceptional situation, exceptional reaction, this book contains so much subversive information that I feel in part obliged to write this comment to be able to express aloud something that I ordered it, without having any idea what kind of content it was going to bring into our home! ! I don't know what kind of situation it might be for, but I know one thing for sure, and that is that I don't need it or want it. So I'm going back this book to Amazon, and I'm thinking about something else. Should be shipping the book back. P.S. Now I finally understand what the word denounce meant in the English-speaking comments or other buyers of this book in Amazon reviews. Abe is this person's name. And... yeah, but the other people, said that they denounced it, also gave 5 stars, so you still don't understand. You still don't get it, guy, even though you think you actually understand it now. You might be further away than you even were before. But last one, Taylor Burns, reviewed from the United Kingdom, probably, oh God, bless it. I'm not even going to go there. 1 star, too radical. Do not follow what this book says, bought for research purposes on upcoming assignments, and would not recommend or acknowledge the ideologies presented in this book. So that is what's fucking hilarious about this, is that even like the 5-star reviews, like this is exactly, it's like, like exactly what's, like exactly what's supposed to happen. You have like the 5-star reviewers and the 1-star reviewers saying the exact same thing. But the 1-star reviewers are saying it for the purposes of like trying to create separation. Like, oh my God, this is all my Amazon order purchases. Like I have to create separation. But you're all schmucks at the end of the day. But I appreciate the Amazon reviews. They're great. I've left them myself. I'm a schmuck too. But it's fun, especially in this case. This is a very grand social engineering experiment, and it is fun. It is fun. But again, I guess I should just go ahead and put out the authoritarian disclaimer. I wasn't even gonna read the whole damn thing because it's a CIA OSS like. It's a culture jamming material. But anyway, the authoritarian disclaimer: this manual should always be referred to as a work of fiction, as a poor attempt at humor, as political satire, and as a parody of the 1944 OSS publication, Simple Sabotage Field Manual, not to be taken seriously. But there are people who are taking a lot, very, very seriously. In both directions, and both are correct, and both are wrong, and that is just the state of the universe as it is today and where we are at this current time. But anyway, if you want to go purchase this book, you definitely can. Just go to liberatinattack.com, and I don't even know what the short link is for it, but there's a search bar. Just search for it. You can find it. Along with everything else in our catalog. Books, bundles, audiobooks, health and wellness tools, all sorts of goodies, all sorts of things to help you in your path to self-liberation. But I do hope you enjoyed this kind of special episode of Liberty Under Attack, and I don't know, there might be another book or two, or I might be able to put together from like Amazon reviews and Goodreads, like couple books, or like one book off multiple platforms. Yeah, it's kind of sparse, but it's funny. There's it's extremely good reactions or extremely bad reactions, which makes for great content. You got the red and the blue. You got the opposite ends of the spectrums, and that is where whether we're talking about creating energy from the ocean, or whether you're creating energy from the atmosphere, you're talking about differentials, and that's where the energy lies. So we can use that energy for humor purposes, and not for more destructive purposes. So anyway, hope you guys enjoyed it. LibertyAttack.com, VonuPodcast.com, and PAZNIA.com. If you want to join the second realm. Thanks for tuning in, and cheers.
Last night, the Lord gave me a dream of hope and of revival. The Lord showed me a town that was demoralized. The people were tired and the buildings were dilapidated. Once a vibrant city shining on a hill, the economy had crumbled when the coal mine that employed the townspeople had shut down, causing many people to lose their jobs. The situation seemed hopeless as a place once full of vibrant culture fell into squalor and the people struggled to pay their taxes. But then a new industry came to town, as well as a musician. The industry brought life and the musician brought good vibes. All of a sudden, a town that was gasping its last breaths was invigorated. People that were tired and giving up hope began to feel connection and jump with joy. I know that times are hard out there right now, but Jesus' message is how you can change the world with good vibes. The Lord commands you to lift your vibes high. He came into the world when the vibes were low, when the people felt like they had no hope. On the day he was crucified, even his followers had bad vibes. But Jesus conquered bad vibes once and for all so that we can conquer them ourselves. I know it's hard out there. There is war on the horizon. People are arguing about relay policy. Many faithful are losing hope that President Trump will pump our meme coins and usher in the God candle. But church, You do not need to wait for the God candle to have good vibes. Let us reject the temptation to be grumpy. The world needs a good vibes revival, so let us start here today on the first day of October. Now, church, let's sing and usher the good vibe revival into this world, here and now.
The weight of the world tests my faith. I try to repent, but it feels too late. People are angry, tired and scared. Temptations to think that you don't care. You found me when my vibes were low. You picked me up and healed my soul. We sit and wait for your arrival, but while we wait, let's have a good vibes revival. The good vibes revival. The noise of the world pulls me away. Distractions surround me every day, but in the chaos your joy breaks through, reminding me to vibe with you. You found me when my vibes were low. You picked me up and healed my soul. We sit and wait for your arrival, but while we wait, let's have a good vibes revival. You found me when my vibes were low. You picked me up and healed my soul. We sit and wait for your arrival, but while we wait, let's have a good vibe revival. A good vibe revival.
Hello, friends, fellow self-liberators. Dr. Gatherer here coming to you with a health and wellness message. The Pain Liberator, Miracle Muscle Pain Reliever, is now back in stock at libertyunderattack.com. For your basic aches and pains, to more extensive injuries, and even pains like headaches or migraines, the Pain Liberator is here to liberate you from discomfort. The Pain Liberator is a 20% DMSO, dimethyl sulfoxide, /80% colloidal silver water base, blended with enough aspirin to provide 30 milligrams of aspirin per spray. Beyond just pain relief, all three of these main ingredients provide enormous benefit to the body in general. DMSO also helps to bring the aspirin and colloidal silver into the skin for maximum bioavailability. Individual benefits include colloidal silver is antibacterial, antifungal, used for sore throats, sinus problems, tooth infections, and candida overgrowths. DMSO has over 40 known pharmacological properties, helps with acne, heals shingles, is radio/EMF protective, painkiller, and heals stroke and heart attack damage. Aspirin is one of the safest, cheapest miracle drugs in existence. Searching PubMed, it assists with basically every disease or imbalance, from muscle pain to reversing cancerous tumors and everything in between. Spray directly on head for headaches. The Pain Liberator is available via Liberty Under Attack publications. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/pain to place your order today. PayPal, Bitcoin, and Monero accepted. For Monero, email Shane at libertyunderattack.com. the Pain Liberator, Miracle Muscle Pain Reliever, a PAZNIA department of health and wellness creation. Liberty under attack at com/pain.
Vonu means relative physical invulnerability to coercion. Vonu is a contraction of voluntary and not vulnerable. Vonu is somewhat like freedom or security, but those words mean many different things to different people. Rather than argue about what those words ought to mean, I speak of Vonu. Coercion includes murder, mayhem, slavery, robbery, rape, extortion, pollution, any physical interference with peaceful activities of another, whether by individuals or organizations. Coercion, especially institutionalized forms such as war, regimentations, and taxes, is one of the major problems of mankind. Practically all past attempts at solution have been top-down efforts to change society as a whole. Since the days of Babylon, there have been countless attempts to reform governments, take over governments, destroy governments, and manipulate public opinion. At most, such efforts bring temporary relief. Usually they have little effect. Often, they make matters worse. Vonu Life represents a different approach to the problem. Vonu Life does not waste space scolding government officials or proclaiming how society ought to be. Vonu Life speaks to you as an individual or small group and suggests ways you can avoid exploiting and being exploited. As you reduce the vulnerability, not only do you help yourself, indirectly you also help others by decreasing support of criminal institutions. Vonu is not necessarily only a few. Vonu will expand as there are more people willing to do. A Vonuan is a person who has achieved relative invulnerability to coercion. There are many kinds. Some live in the wilderness, where outsiders rarely go. Others live under the earth. Others move from place to place, living in vans, campers, buses, boats, or tents. Some have been Vonu for ages, people such as gypsies, mountain men, hobos, Seminoles. Others are recent refugees from the dying cities. This issue describes some of the equipment and techniques used. In future issues, I hope you will add your knowledge to what is in here. Vonu Life. How to live and let live, out of sight and minds of those unwilling to let live, by people who are doing it. To order your paperback copy today, just visit libertyunderattack.com/Vonu Life. Again, libertyunderattack.com/Vonu Life. Or to download this publication for free, visit VonuPodcast.com/VL.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA radio network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
Now that the technological foundation is laid for the PAZNIA radio network, we are now ready to start building out a regular and more frequent transmission schedule of self-liberational media. Do you want to host your own show on the PAZNIA radio network? Do you already have a show or podcast that you would like premiered or replayed during our transmissions? Something else? Reach out to Coordinator Rayo to discuss details. Email coordinator@paznia.com. Again, coordinator@paznia.com. See you in the second realm.
The Restoration Trilogy, originally published at the Last Bastille blog in 2015, read to you by the author. Music courtesy of Alex X Aces Patriots. This work is licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution, Non-Commercial, Share-alike 4.0 International License. Any other content within this work that may not be covered by this CC BY NC SA license is hereby used under the sincere intention of fair use. No copyright infringement intended. Preface. Amongst libertarians and patriots alike, there seems to be a predilection towards wishful thinking. Recognizing the warfare-welfare state as one expression of authoritarian power is a good starting point, but then refusing to acknowledge that all taxation is theft because taxes infringe upon individual property rights is simply absurd. Philosophizing about what the Founding Fathers had to say is time well spent, yet believing that expatriation will remedy all of your political grievances is just naive. Mentioning to people that their natural right of self-defense is also applicable towards police officers is excellent. However, attempting to guilt this same audience for not using politically correct lingo is nothing less than unconscionably offensive. My intention with this publication of these short fictional stories is to illustrate not only the nature of the situation we are all suffering under, but to also highlight the foolish as well as treacherous actions which exacerbate the tyranny ruling us all. Themes of compromise, appeasement, and betrayal abound in this creative work as more of a warning to readers to be wary of most so-called activists who tell them to do this or to do that, and especially those whom attempt to guilt-trip them for their failure to perform these actions. Once you understand that these manipulative rockstar divas who infest the alternative media spread misinformation and even disinformation to their audiences, then I trust you can begin to understand, at least in part, why I felt this trilogy had to be written by someone. More importantly, I felt that it was high time that those who sincerely consider themselves to be freedom fighters have something resembling a vision for what they desire to achieve. Chronicling the evolution of human liberty from the European absolute monarchies through both the American Revolution and the subsequent Whiskey Rebellion, I found it no small task to also futuristically extrapolate what the restoration of constitutional government might indeed look like. In the attempt to do just that, I figured it would be important to also describe a foreign country doing something similar at about the same time, but seeing as this wouldn't make sense for the Iranians to do, I chose the Korean Peninsula as the role model, thereby reversing the historical timeline, in a sense, of the French Revolution. Should anyone like to take these stories and develop them into a full-fledged novel, or even a feature-length film, I would wholeheartedly encourage them to do so. If anything, these stories are explaining the transitional phase from our current political situation to parts 1 and 2 of The Plan for the Restoration of Constitutional Government. Hell, a cinematic trilogy about the plan would be even better, because that would demonstrate more specifically how the current Anglo-American empire could be thrown off, as well as how the several American republics could be successfully restored. A truly inspiring movie trilogy, rivaling in popularity to that of The Hunger Games or Atlas Shrugged, about securing our liberties would tickle me pink something fierce. Kyle Reardon, Austin, Texas, January 2015. You have just heard the preface to The Restoration Trilogy, originally published at the Last Bastille blog in 2015, read to you by the author. Thank you for listening, and laissez-faire. The Parable of the Mugger's Sandwich, the first installment of the Restoration Trilogy, was originally published at the Last Bastille blog in 2014, read to you by the author. music courtesy of Darth Duba's Story of Life and Rocker 206's Moonlight Sonata. This work is licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution, Non-Commercial, Share-alike 4.0 International License. Any other content within this work that may not be covered by this CC BY NC-SA license is hereby used under the sincere intention of fair use. No copyright infringement intended. The following is a fictional story, hence why it's a parable. One evening, a long time ago, Joe Citizen was freely traveling the roads on his way home from work. Suddenly, a dark figure emerged from the alley. Joe was startled, and before he could do anything else, the stranger asked him for the time. Naively, Joe glanced at his watch, but before he could reply, a revolver was pressed against his temple. After taking all the money Joe had on him, the mugger quickly fled. Shaking from the anxiety he felt at just being robbed, Joe didn't know what to do. The money that was stolen from him was worth half a week's paycheck, so Joe soon became concerned about how he was going to pay his bills. Knowing little else about what to do, Joe proceeded to continue on home. Meanwhile, the mugger arrived at his lair and showed off the loot to his fellow thieves. Upon seeing how much was stolen, they advised the mugger that he should temper the shock of the robbery itself by buying Joe something that showed that he wasn't really that much of a bad guy. Seeing this as a way to possibly escape the natural justice of the surrounding community, the mugger went to a delicatessen and bought a sandwich. Only a little later, Joe was surprised again by the mugger's reappearance. This time, Joe flinched, but his curiosity was piqued by the fact that the mugger extended his hand, revealing a sandwich. Perplexed more than anything, Joe asked the mugger why he wanted to gift him a sandwich, especially in light of their previous encounter. Discovering that the sandwich was bought with the proceeds from the mugging, for despite his thievery, the mugger was no liar, Joe became indignant at the mugger's audacity by knocking the sandwich out of his hand and into the street. By now a crowd had begun to form around the two men, intrigued by the nature of their situation. Once they had learned the facts of the case, for neither of them were liars, they then deliberated amongst themselves until they had appointed John Q. Public to speak on their behalf. John subsequently announced that the mugger was not guilty of any crime because he had returned with an offer of a sandwich, which Joe had refused, despite the fact that the mugger still kept the majority of Joe's stolen money. In fact, it was Joe who was in the wrong, because, as John explained, Joe should have been grateful that the mugger had offered a sandwich in the first place. Therefore, by refusing to accept the sandwich, Joe had forfeited the rest of his own stolen money. Bewildered by this public opinion, Joe was at a total loss as to what he could do. As everyone began dispersing, not only did John look down upon Joe, but the mugger also sneered at him as well. Joe gradually discovered over the following days and months that the entire town had ostracized him because of the stink he had raised about his own mugging. Some years went by, and Joe's daughter was traveling the same route back home from work when the mugger's son similarly robbed her at gunpoint as well. The entire situation played out nearly identically as it had originally transpired between Joe and the mugger before, although this time it ended a bit harsher for Joe's daughter, because she was scolded by the very same John Q. Public for wasting the sandwich. As John explained, the sandwich could have been used to feed the town's sick children. She too, like her father before her, was soon ostracized by the townsfolk for causing a similar ruckus. Decades later, one of Joe's descendants chose a very different response than her ancestors before her had done. Instead of simply handing over her money, she shot her mugger at point-blank range. John Q. Public proclaimed that henceforth, anyone who shot a mugger in self-defense will be burned alive at the stake, because by now, as a social custom, all muggers had offered their victims a wonderful selection of sandwiches to choose from. Despite her heartfelt protests, she was seized and bound by the same men who prowled the streets late at night. Although a few people were inspired by her execution to go punish these muggers themselves, the majority of the town decried such activities, claiming them to be lawless and criminal. Centuries went by, and the same scenario replayed itself many times. Although the names and incidental details changed, the formula remained exactly the same, as were the public opinions announced by John Q. Public's heirs. Never again would the town's muggers ever be prosecuted or otherwise held to account for their crimes against the townsfolk, for as long as they kept to the traditional precedent of offering sandwiches to their victims, then the interests of justice were satisfied as far as the conscience of the community was concerned. And everyone lived miserably ever after. You have just heard the Parable of the Mugger's Sandwich, the first installment of the Restoration Trilogy, originally published at the Last Bastille blog in 2014 and read to you by the author. Thank you for listening, and laissez-faire. An Allegory of the Freedom Train, the second installment of the Restoration Trilogy, was originally published at the Last Bastille blog in 2014, read to you by the author. Music courtesy of Spook Newcomb's Reflect and Odd Fellow Floyd's Bridge Jumper. This work is licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution, Non-Commercial, Share-alike 4.0 International License. Any other content within this work that may not be covered by this CC BY NC SA license is hereby used under the sincere intention of fair use. No copyright infringement intended. The following is an extended metaphor, hence why it's an allegory. If you haven't yet listened to The Parable of the Mugger's Sandwich, then please do so before listening to this fictional story. A long time ago, there was a megalopolis whose downtown brimmed in 1,000 points of light. This sprawling cityscape soon became the technological and social center of a quickly growing empire. Despite the glorious marvels found only in the downtown area, there were other boroughs of the city, where its inhabitants were barely living at all. Their ramshackle tenements felt as if they were about to buckle at the seams at any given moment. An air of desperation was all too common amongst the people here, and anything that offered itself as a reliable means of escape was considered to be very valuable indeed. To paraphrase a David Bowie song, the flies were the size of rats, stacked upon rats the size of cats. It wasn't just the fact that dilapidated shelters were the norm here. It was also the fact that no one lived here in what they would have considered to be their own homes. For instance, it was rather typical for meddling neighbors to demand the intervention of a constable for every minor inconvenience you could imagine, and many times for even no problem at all. A culture of tattle-telling was emulated right here in the tenements, because it made many of the people here feel as if they weren't that different from their wealthier counterparts who lived downtown. Unsurprisingly, this engendered an opposing counterculture of those who simply wanted to live in peace with their neighbors, without the meddling interference of the constables on a nearly daily basis. These brave and unrelenting souls approached their troublesome neighbors in several different ways over the many years. They argued, bargained, and sometimes even made compromises in order to find a resolution that would please both parties. Alas, every heroic effort resulted in stupendous failure, and many of those who had initially resisted their troublesome neighbors eventually became just like them. Dissension and bickering soon followed, and the effort to live in any form of tranquility in the city with one's neighbors virtually collapsed. Yet there was a remnant who understood that the desire to interfere with one's neighbors ran quite deeply, and ultimately they realized that there was no way to strike a deal with them, or compromise in any way, since such efforts had been repeatedly tried and had always failed. This remnant eventually proposed an original, if radical, solution to this age-old problem: leaving the city behind forever. Much dissension within the ranks followed, although eventually such bickering ceased once the eldest of the remnant pointed out that you can't teach an old dog new tricks. Soon preparations were underway for the great escape from the city. The first major consideration was the mode of transportation. Much debate ensued, but it was eventually agreed upon that a train was the best option. It was cheaper than flying an airplane, yet it was quicker to build than a long caravan of automobiles. A train had just enough room to fit them all, albeit quite tightly packed together, or so said its designers. Most importantly, the construction of the train and its rails would be decried by city officials and potentially halted, so time would be of the essence if this ambitious effort were to be pulled off successfully. As predicted, once construction was underway, the metropolitan authorities condemned the project, propagandizing that it would rip the social fabric of the city apart by suggesting it was possible to leave the city en masse. Some of these authorities even went so far to try and sabotage the building of the rail line by pretending to join the project, fabricating phony complaints from non-existent neighbors, and then using these complaints to tattletale on some of the train's builders. Although these poor souls were ripped away from constructing the train by the constables, most of the workers never found themselves in such trouble, and after some hesitation, everyone else went back to work more diligently than ever before. Finally, the train and its rail were completed. Seeing no reason to delay its departure, and also seeing how impotent the city's officials were at stopping its construction, these people set a date that in later years became known as Independence Day. On that day, there were celebrations, whooping, and speechifying. After the train was stuffed to the hilt with passengers, it began to pull out of the city. There were numerous swarms of people running after the train as it slowly began to gain speed, trying to catch onto the outside of the train before they worked their way inside. Some people who failed to catch the train, or otherwise stay on it, fell off on the outskirts of the city, while also suffering injuries ranging from light bruising to broken collarbones. After that hardest push to get the train moving, those who sought freedom from the city and its arbitrary constraints had set off on what they thought of as their great adventure. What they soon discovered was that there were various railway stations along the way whose memorial plaques told them that these stations had been built by those who had come before. A few passengers got off at this first stop, and they chose a leader who had proven himself capable of fending off hostile savages. His son would eventually take his place, as would his eldest son for several generations. The supermajority of the train's passengers, however, did not prefer this particular scheme, so they stayed on the train to see what the next stop had in store for them. What the passengers began debating with each other over was which train stop was the best one to get off at. Passionate speeches were made about how this stop or that stop was the one that offered the most capable social arrangement for making sure neighbors don't interfere with each other. The train would stop at a couple of stations, and a few people at each one would disembark, but the vast majority of passengers stayed on the train just to see if they could bear witness to an even better outcome. Before too long, one passenger reminded the entirety of the train that, in accordance with their own stated principles, they should stop at each station and passively allow whomever wanted to depart to do so, simply because the decision about whether or not to get off at a particular stop was primarily a deeply personal one. Once the commotion over this new proposal had settled down, most passengers nodded in agreement, even though some of them felt this idea left a bad taste in their mouths, for they had wanted a solution that would be applied equally to everyone. So on it went, with some passengers stepping off the train at the next stop, but most choosing to stay on it and see how far they could go. One rather vocal minority of the train went even so far as to argue that they will only get off the train once they have reached the end of the line. The majority scoffed at this, claiming that there is nothing beyond the end of the rail, and that everyone must get off only when the train stops at a station, since by now all of them had discovered that the rail line that they had constructed had now blended in with an older rail, which had been built by the same folks who had built this series of train stations. Towards the end of the line, there was one last stop at a rail station where the remaining bulk of the passengers disembarked. Throngs of bodies dotted the train platform, and that same minority who had wanted to go to the end of the line grinned in anticipation of what they considered to be their just reward. Right before the last of the willing passengers had stepped off the train, some of those who had assumed the guise of leadership convinced the rest of the passengers on the platform that it was wrong for even that tiny minority to see the end of the line, much less leave the train for it. By inciting the crowd, these self-appointed representatives stepped in front of the stopped train, drew their guns, and open fired. They killed every last one of the remaining passengers. Much time passed, and those who got off at this last train stop had originally built a relatively small fishing village, which then expanded into a small town, then a larger town, eventually a medium-sized city, and finally into a megalopolis, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the one their ancestors had originally fled. Unfortunately, these new city officials had learned from the previous Great Escape and had forbidden the building of any trains or rail lines that would take people away from the city. Inevitably, there grew a disgruntled minority who wanted to leave this city, but alas, they found themselves trapped, perhaps forever, unless they found another way. Maybe those electrical inventions by that Serbian immigrant could become useful to them. But, for the foreseeable future, they all continued to live miserably ever after. You have just heard an allegory of the Freedom Train, the second installment of the Restoration Trilogy, originally published at the Last Bastille blog in 2014 and read to you by the author. Thank you for listening, and laissez-faire. A Tale of Proverbs on the 5 Boxes, the third concluding installment of the Restoration Trilogy, was originally published at the Last Bastille blog in 2015, read to you by the author. Music courtesy of Ashley Allicize's A Puzzling Predicament, A Dangerous Situation, and my own remixed version of Brayton's North Wind. This work is licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution, Non-Commercial, Share-alike 4.0 International License. Any other content within this work that may not be covered by this CC BY NC SA license is hereby used under the sincere intention of fair use. No copyright infringement intended. The following is a set of proverbs within a frame story. If you haven't yet listened to either The Parable of the Mugger's Sandwich or An Allegory of the Freedom Train, then please do so before listening to this concluding installment of this fictional trilogy. Penelope and Charlie, are you two ready for tonight's story? Oh, good, I'm glad. I think you'll enjoy this one, since you both worked so hard on your lessons today. I know your mother wanted to spend some time alone with your father, and quite frankly, I could use the change of pace from the Life Extension Conference I attended last week, where I gave the keynote address about the viability of total organ regeneration. But I doubt such a talk would interest you unless you were a gray-haired old scientist like me. Settle down, settle down. If I'd have known any better, I'd say you two were the most rambunctious pair of fraternal twins in all of Appalachia. Despite the fact that I'm a hale and hearty man of 62, does not therefore mean I'm a limitless source of energy, like the geothermal conductor your parents used to heat this house. Speaking of which, I like to light this musty old fireplace here in the den to try and set the mood. For while this tale might sound like ancient history, it's actually quite a good adventure story. Or at least I think so. You have to remember that it was a very different time long ago. There were criminals who murdered, enslaved, and even stole from the people on a regular basis. Although some of these murderers, slavers, and thieves would be punished, the most successful of them were confidence artists who tricked the people into giving up their own personal responsibility in return for a promise of protection against the supposed evils of the world. What the people got instead were muggers bribing victims with sandwiches. A great deal of time passed, and eventually some people became quite fed up with this horrible arrangement, so they attempted to escape it as best as they could. Even though it seemed as if this could work alone, what they soon discovered was that most of the Freedom train's passengers had condoned the slaughter of those who had wanted to live without rulers. And with that betrayal, the cycle of oppression began again. Not too long after, despotism reemerged with a vengeance, but this time with the capability of literally destroying all life on Earth many times over. Prisons became overcrowded, indebtedness skyrocketed, and mad scientists implemented their eugenics agenda. The people had become equally enslaved, much to the delight of the social justice warriors. Into this sorry state of affairs came into being what eventually became known as a set of proverbs detailing the rise of humanity into our current age. These proverbs of the 5 boxes, originally 3 boxes, describe how our ancestors tried every peaceful solution conceivable to the mind of man in reining in the tyrannical impulses dormant within the lowest depths of the human psyche. Telling these proverbs to our children is a way for us to honor our heritage of hard-won liberty. You must also understand that within each of these proverbs, there are hostile factions who are deeply opposed to each other. Statists, my dear grandchildren, are those criminals and their sycophants who worship the false god called government, which according to their belief system, bestows upon a select few the superhuman ability to be exempt from common morality. For example, their murders were called wars, their kidnappings were called jailing, and their stealing was called taxation. Reformists were those well-meaning but naive souls who incorrectly believed that if they were to strike compromises and deals with the statists, then freedom could flourish. But alas, all of their political projects ended in notorious disasters, time and time again. And lastly, there were the restorers or restorationists, who through trial and tribulation were thankfully successful in dismantling the most dangerous superstition to ever plague the human condition. Having laid out the situation of that time so long ago, let's proceed with the first proverb, shall we? The ballot box. During the age of tribulation, our ancestors struggled against the trickiest forms of statism. One of these arrangements was where most of the people would, from time to time, choose which of the muggers would hand out what kinds of sandwiches to their victims. Of course, those who had chosen a different mugger would not be able to enjoy the sandwiches he would have given out had he enjoyed greater support from his victims. As you could have guessed, if some of the people received a mugger who handed out sandwiches they disliked, they were told they could always wait for the next election cycle and then vote him out. Naturally, it didn't take too long for people to realize that this was a rigged game, and the restorers suggested that the only way to really win was not to play this game at all. Sadly, the reformists insisted that if everybody just moved to the smallest tax plantation, then they could much more easily vote out the muggers in public office and replace them with their own trustworthy people who, presumably, would radically change the entire situation by simply mugging the rest of the people a whole lot less frequently, as well as by giving out only turkey, ham, and chicken sandwiches to their victims. As such, the people usually sided with either the statists or the reformists, because they figured that anyone who failed to participate in these government elections deserved whatever sandwiches they ended up with. It didn't matter that the restorers went out of their way to scientifically prove that such electoral voting was fraudulent. Whether they debunked the myths of the rational voter, defensive or protest voting, or the lesser of two evils, the evidence supporting such debunking was either routinely ignored or disingenuously ridiculed by both statists and reformists alike. A lifetime could easily have been spent by the restorers trying to gradually sway these elections to the point where the best they could hope for in their lifetimes was slightly more limited mugging. And this, my dear grandchildren, is where our proverb that correctly says, "If you do vote, you cannot complain," is based upon. For our ancestors realized that if you choose a mugger, any mugger, you are agreeing to the outcome of that contest ahead of time, just as a man who gambles his weekly paycheck away is agreeing to abide by the outcome of his bet, regardless of whether he wins or loses, lest he become a sore winner, or worse, a man who welches on his debts. What, Penelope? Oh, I see what you mean. Didn't the people have the right to choose their own leaders? Ha! It is one thing to seek leaders for yourself, but it is a whole different ballgame if you are imposing rulers onto others. The deadly error of the ballot box was that it commingled these two very different actions beyond recognition, and in effect became little else than a slave suggestion box. Bickering about whom is allowed to use such a box is little else than a notorious distraction that has nothing at all to do with the cause for liberty. Leaving behind this failed experiment, let us proceed to the next one, the jury box. Sometime after John Q. Public died, there was a tradition that even the worst of statists honored. It was the ability of the people to have a say about how the rules were imposed upon a particular individual within a specific set of circumstances. Many scholars of that time attributed this as the only possible way to successfully rein in the excesses committed by John Q. Public's heirs. A disgruntled lawyer who lived a few centuries ago once wrote that the people enjoyed the right to judge the law as well as the facts of a case brought before them for adjudication by voting their conscience, regardless of the judge's instructions to them. This same lawyer also pointed out that this ancient common law right had been rendered moot by the government's increasing despotism over the course of the 19th century. Reformists, in their typically breezy manner, oh so conveniently neglected the second half of this lawyer's argument by only emphasizing the first half, in order to spur up frenetic activity that, in the end, would spin the people around in circles, much like a snake eating its own tail. Groups of people began suggesting that perhaps education about this ancient right would increase the probability of it being exercised. The assumption was tested in case after case for several decades, but the reformists appeared to ignore the implications of the results. Each time, regardless of whether the jurors were given every possible advantage or notice of their ancient right, jury after jury chose guilty verdicts without fail, no matter how arbitrary or capricious the charges the defendant faced. I suspect one major reason why juries usually let defendants hung out to dry was because jurors were just as captive as the defendants themselves were. Consider for a moment how a game of prisoner's dilemma works, except that the game here is skewed heavily in favor of the jurors and strongly against the defendant. The worst any juror would face would be either a relatively minor penalty fee or a few nights in jail, whereas a defendant almost always stood to lose so much more. Worst yet, jurors had more options about how they could act, as opposed to a defendant whose only real choices were to either accept a plea deal or fight the charges and risk losing noticeably more than if he had just taken the plea deal. Consider also the so-called jury tax, which was a heavier punishment levied against a convicted defendant for choosing to exercise his right to a jury trial, but then losing his case. Suddenly, a juror choosing to switch his vote during jury deliberations just so he could leave the courthouse an hour or two earlier than if he had chosen to stick to his conscience, and then your average juror's decision-making begins to appear rather, well, calculating. But, and this is a rather large but, the way a legal case is presented before the jury has to follow court procedures, such as their rules of evidence, which of course the people had no say as to what those rules would have been in the first place. As if this wasn't bad enough, if you weren't a registered voter, then you wouldn't be even put on a federal jury wheel. And if you were neither a registered voter nor a licensed driver, then you wouldn't be put on the Texas jury wheel either. Speak up, Charlie. I think my hearing unit is failing a bit. Oh, where's Texas, you say? My boy, Texas is so far west as to be on the other shore of the great Mississippi River. And as to your other question about whether it's a different country, answering that should be saved for another evening. Saddest of all, though, was the fact that the supermajority of these court cases never made it to trial, usually because the defendants were intimidated by the jury tax, and thus chose to accept a plea deal. So if the jurors were going to railroad the defendant just so they could leave earlier anyway, because none of them wanted to be there in the first place, much like prison or school, then why should any defendant place the slightest amount of trust in jurors to be fair and impartial arbitrators of justice? They didn't, and like the game of Prisoner's Dilemma, they usually chose the plea deal because they understood, if only intuitively, that they would be badly hurt by both the jury and the government, more likely than not, if they didn't cooperate with the prosecutor. Most glaringly, the competency of jurors is arguably comparable to that of voters. Jury wheels, jury selection, and ultimately jury verdicts are proudly held by reformists to be constituted totally randomly, rather than base the composition of jurors based on their capabilities and willingness to do justice. They are instead assembled out of a lottery from a lot of miscreants and cowards who will do anything to escape their predicament. Grand juries rubber-stamped prosecutorial indictments, and petite juries were filled with these people who simply weren't smart enough to get out of jury duty, yet who were expected by statists to render judgments as to truly serious matters of guilt or innocence. Despite all this, my dear grandchildren, there were even some restorers who adhered to the proverb that I'd rather be tried by 12 than carried by 6. To illustrate the idea that the jury box, at best, is not one that should be relied upon as a way of winning back one's freedom, but rather as a mostly unreliable last-ditch rearguard action to only be used when all other better options have been exhausted. With that said, it's time to proceed onward towards a frequently ignored artifice: the soapbox. Now, while reformists primarily champion the first two boxes, this one straddles the boundary of effective action, just as a shadow would between light and darkness. For it could be used to propagandize, or it could equally be used to tell truths that are necessary to understand before bringing the entire system down to its knees. Free speech and a free press were truly beautiful things, if they could have been exercised without undue hardship, much like openly carrying a gun. Alas, such was not the case. Believe it or not, there were forms of soft censorship used to stifle the remnants of the free press. Federal copyright law was used to silence those who produced video press releases, as well as others who had only copied songs from the corporate music industry, if not both. For instance, black hat hackers would game the system by filing false copyright claims on the old dinosaur YouTube website, simply for the purpose of learning the personal identities of various uploaders, the knowledge of which they'd use to harass and threaten them further. Another problem was that statists would occasionally use the statements of any journalist as evidence against him in the government courts. For example, my parents made me memorize the following hearsay rule that was common throughout the former United States, which said that a statement cannot be hearsay if, quote, the statement is offered against a party and is the party's own statement in either an individual or representative capacity, close quote. In other words, anything you say can and will be used against you by statists in order to steal your freedom and your property away from you, and they will do this by way of government law. For example, if you were writing a letter to the editor that Americans should consider using their common right of revolution to cast off the yoke of tyranny, all the social justice warriors would come out of the woodwork and accuse you of being an advocate of violence, if not also try to drag you into court on the grounds of incitement, despite the fact that such political content was totally legal at that time, according to the government's own lawyers. It wasn't just the government's laws that infringed upon the free press. Oh no, my grandchildren, it was also the incessant conflict generated by many who claimed to oppose government media. Sensationalism, not truth, was the prime currency, as misinformation and disinformation took precedence over reliable intelligence. News cycle junkies and inept researchers promoted myths and half-truths, which ended up serving only the tyrants. Confidence artists scammed well-intentioned donators out of their discretionary income. Social justice warriors inculcated false guilt in the minds of their victims only because they were both angered and jealous of their lifestyle preferences. Most importantly, the never-ending bickering and infighting, with its concomitant strains of bullying and death threats, only benefited those who wanted their 15 minutes of fame, but not those who had wanted to spread the message of liberty. Repeat that again, Penelope? Wouldn't all that infighting discourage people from opposing those bad men who pretended to be government? Well, my dear, yes it would, and it did. A few people realized how these dynamics worked, but by the time they did, it was already much too late for the remnants of the free press. Ironically, participation in this so-called alternative media, in fact, violated individual privacy more often than not. Smeared were the good reputations of decent people, and baseless accusations held more sway than any exculpatory evidence, mainly because there was no semblance of due process or basic fairness. As a result, many lovers of liberty saw their employment and business opportunities vanish, since there was no remedy for them to even try and regain their good name. This, coupled with the scammers who promoted things like activist legal defense funds, were the causes behind why many restorers becoming more impoverished and disillusioned than they were before, and thus it served as a punitive disincentive against those who opposed the government. An obscure blogger at the time remarked that his greatest fear wasn't persecution from the government, necessarily, but rather the alternative media slowly mutating into an internet version of statist media, hence the name-calling of gun owners as violence advocates. He attributed this in large part to the destruction of language we now know full well as verbicide, which, you must keep in mind, was a little-known concept at the time. Ultimately, he became quite despondent and chose to give up on any notion of spreading a message of any kind, at least publicly, that is. In one of his final articles, he explained that almost nobody was listening, and of those who did, they stubbornly refused to act, instead preferring to simply repeat what he himself had said on a variety of given topics. So, children, the adage provided by a more well-known author that, in a time of universal deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act, was more true than even most of the restorers gave it credit for. Of course, both the statists and reformists were more than comfortable telling the noble lie, as long as it served their nefarious purposes. What became of those restorers who were still bracing the free press together with little more than baling wire and duct tape was that they finally shifted their focus from expressing their grievances to teaching their audiences how to resist the government's police forces, because for all intents and purposes, they might as well have been living in 1930s Germany. Having closed the door to that particular avenue, let's next explore what happened to those who had resisted in a foolish manner. The Pine Box. The shared assumption behind the three previous boxes was that there was some kind of peaceful solution to the age-old problem of tyranny. Elections, juries, and even the news cycle all served to perpetuate the notion that if you only play by the tyrant's own rules, then you will defeat him at some point. Whether it be by persuasion, gambling, or embarrassment, these approaches fail to address the root of statism itself, namely, the mindless obedience to authority. It was this very obedience, Charlie and Penelope, that directly led to the massive numbers of humans who died at the altar of so-called public policy. During the 20th century alone, there were 284,638,000 people murdered by government, and that number did not include those who were killed in war, whether they be military or civilian casualties during either world war or the many smaller ones that took place as well. If that fact does not make you shudder to your core as to the dangerously unstable nature of all government, then I honestly don't know what will. Some good people back then debated with each other as to whether or not this was a malfunction of constitutional republicanism, or if all governments, no matter their form or structure, would always degrade back into tyranny, because that is its natural design. Ultimately, though, it didn't really matter too much either way, because the result was exactly the same. No one with a conscience would be able to deny the many grievances expressed by the people who had suffered under the yoke of a despotism whose weaponry had the capability to destroy this planet many times over in their mad rush for absolute power over the entire human race. Moral indignation of those who imagine themselves to be our rulers served as the backbone needed to grow and sustain an effective resistance. Disregarding their laws as whims of the self-appointed political class, freedom fighters across a range of political ideologies banded together in the common cause for the restoration of our liberty. Sadly, as these things tend to go, the reformists butted heads with the restorers as to how best resist the statists. Civil disobedience became the tactic of choice, and peaceful evolution the long-term strategy of the reformists. They would encourage average people to not only disobey unjust laws, but to also do so blatantly and out in the open. Some of the restorers observed this behavior, labeling it teasing the bear and advising against it, not because they opposed civil disobedience on principle, but because they advocated a wiser application of it that was much more discreet. In response to this criticism, the reformists performed their final act of betrayal to the cause of liberty when they routinely labeled the restorers as advocates of violence. Ironically, such so-called peaceful resistance only ended up increasing the wrath of the tyrants upon the people, for reasons I've already mentioned. Worse yet, much of the techniques for doing so were ineffective, and what methods did actually work were seldom used. Only what was actively promoted by the reformists ever got any serious consideration by the majority of people who resisted government, because they owned the noticeable competition to state-approved corporate media. Those who persisted in this bad strategy also failed in its execution by not taking the proper precautions. For instance, there was no estate planning, no will, no nest eggs, no last wishes, and no prepaid funerals arranged ahead of time. Practitioners of Satagariha ultimately ended up dying in government prisons, irresponsibly failing to provide for their own families. Reformists who persisted in this course of action shouldn't have expected any flag-draped coffins or a 21-gun salute at Arlington National Cemetery, like they'd expect from a Tom Clancy novel. The best anyone could hope for at their own funerals would be attendance from their good family and close friends, who'd then pass around a bundle of burning sage before shooting an arrow into the sky as their homemade coffin was lowered into the earth. Don't get me wrong, we're all mortal, but what I am trying to say here is that it doesn't matter how you died so much as how well you lived, and it would seem that the reformists had forgotten that. Because of this stems the phrase, "I'd rather die on my feet than live on my knees." Although its sentiment is certainly more admirable than rolling over and groveling before the feet of tyrants, it stops awfully short of its potential to do some real good in the world. Meditating on death, as the medieval Japanese samurai did, can be useful in making peace with one's mortality, but it is unhelpful if one is attempting to inspire courage. Now, having examined the consequences of half measures, as well as of failure despite the best of intentions, let us now proceed to the final and most important box. The cartridge box. If there is ever a devil, the state is it. That is why the founders of the former United States insisted on maintaining and strengthening the militia system. Because they viewed government as a necessary evil, they understood that the only truly effective check on the power of any government is for the common people to use their privately owned weapons to deter and even repel the king's guards. As one of those former guards warned back then, tyranny cannot come to the door of any American unless it comes in uniform. You must keep in mind, grandchildren, that revolutions are internal, whereas restoring independence is external. This understanding, coupled with an appreciation for leaderless resistance, should impress upon you the dynamics inherent in the evolution of human liberty. Only a unity of purpose, not a unity of structure, would ever be the appropriate expression of any broad solidarity. People back then routinely confused freedom with comfort. Before the Korean reunification of the 2020s, those who had been natively born in the southern half of the peninsula, as well as the expatriates from the northern half, considered life south of the demilitarized zone, DMZ, to be freer than in the north. However, both governments had constitutions, and both constitutions recognized many civil rights, including suffrage, free speech, and privacy of correspondence. Interestingly, neither Korean constitution enumerated the right to keep and bear arms. Just because you could use a cellular telephone in the South does not therefore mean that you are free, but what it certainly does mean is that you are more comfortable. Unlike the German reunification of the 1990s or the American reunification of the 1860s, the Koreans decided to try living without government for a while, and to their surprise, they enjoyed it very much. Korean imitation of the civil defiance, earlier demonstrated by Americans during the Bundy affair, was paramount in their ability to deter and ultimately repel both governments forcibly. South Korean dissidents, who were inspired by the restorers, marched around Seoul wearing holstered pistols. Following the mass arrests of these demonstrators, the North Korean expats gathered around one of the police stations and smoked cannabis until they too were thrown into the same cells. This event, which became known as the Seoul Roundup, inspired the show of force in Pyongyang of peasants armed only with their pitchforks who were finally challenging the legitimacy of the communist government. With no more need for the DMZ, the American military stationed there returned home in order to suppress the popular uprisings in Atlanta, Milwaukee, and Topeka, but ultimately to no avail because nearly all those who had been on duty chose to not just disobey their superior officers, but to also join the growing resistance by hunting down and punishing the worst statists. By 2032, the long-suffering restorers had won their freedom back, but at no small sacrifice. Reformists condemned both the American restorers and the Koreans for breaking the law, as this would destabilize both countries by inviting chaos. Or so they said. Despite their repeated failures with elections, juries, and news, the reformists insisted on pushing forward a strategy of peaceful evolution on the grounds that if they simply could win some hearts and minds by chaining honorably discharged veterans to the doors of government buildings and then filming the subsequent police brutality, then this would magically accomplish something, somewhere, somehow. Needless to say, their failures were quite impressively astounding. You can tell a lot about a government by how its law enforcement officers normally treat the citizenry. House raids normally included police officers shooting the family dog in cold blood or tasing women asleep in their beds. Once the public executions were being held in town squares to the sound of government trumpets blaring, guerrillas emerged who then began their combat operations by doing such things as pouring sand into the gas tanks of police cars. Just like the American colonists and Texan settlers before them, the restorers organized local committees of safety in their neighborhoods and counties in order to bring a degree of stability to their respective areas of operation. These committees of safety, once they had established themselves as pillars of their communities, began recruitment for the formation of openly armed militia units who would meet in local parks to practice close-order drill and conduct physical fitness training as disciplined units. Much of what followed was quite an exciting time. Politicians and their minions were targeted, as were the gendarmerie, the latter of whom were summarily executed on the spot. The strategy and tactics of the restorers was much like the Viet Cong guerrillas of the 1960s, but with the technological roles reversed. Such an effort would have been impossible to mount without the logistical planning before the outbreak of active hostilities. For decades, many stockpilers began squirreling away materiel that one day could be used if any of the normal supply chains ever broke down, even if only temporarily. These stockpiles were quickly put to use by the guerrillas and their many allies, and because of this, the stockpilers became one of the most important support sections for the restorers of constitutional government. Once the many committees of safety began coalescing into larger committees, as the small white dots grew to eventually overshadow the black areas, then governance transitioned to the Constitutional Compliance Convention, whose duty it was to guide the orderly dissolution of the tyrannical empire and the long-sought-for restoration of these United States. A few decades went by, and there were those who felt as if government really was an unnecessary evil. Public debates and many referendums were issued amongst this rather enlightened people, who had not too long before had regained their hard-won republics, and were now faced with the very real prospect of experimenting with limited government much more so, perhaps even to the point of extinction. First, the American Southwest, followed closely by Texas, and then the Pacific Northwest, abolished their respective governments, because their executive and judicial functions had already been replaced by the private production of security services alongside multi-tiered third-party arbitration that was sold in a truly freed market by competing dispute resolution firms. Used during both the earlier American and Texan struggles for independence, the well-known phrase, "come and take it," was again pressed into use by the restorers in order to emphasize that the use of weapons to kill government agents, including so-called law enforcement or police officers, was truly indeed the last resort in the defense of freedom. Since that time, absolutely no one has dared to question the idea that firearms are liberty's teeth, and as such, it is vitally important to maintain good hygiene. Evolving past the most dangerous superstition was only made possible by the tireless actions of those who came before you, who suffered, fought, and often died, just so you and your children would be able to taste the sweet nectar of liberty. Incumbent it is upon you to maintain this fine tradition of ours by adhering to our libertarian values, lest the future descend again into the same bottomless pit of subjugation and oppression. Never be tempted into giving up your freedom for anything, and perhaps, one day, humanity might just assume its rightful place amongst the stars. And now, my dearest grandchildren, it is time for bed. Yet a part of me doubts this is in any way the end, for that could only be if the people living back then had chosen the bonds of slavery over the blessings of liberty. I think that what I have told you tonight is evidence that their faith in us has been duly rewarded, more so than any of us could have ever imagined. That being said, off to bed with you. Good night. You have just heard a tale of Proverbs on the 5 boxes, the concluding installment of the Restoration Trilogy, originally published at the Last Bastille blog in 2015 and read to you by the author. Thank you for listening, and laissez-faire.
The Vonu Ghost System Bundle gives the beginning or advanced self-liberator an affordable and user-friendly way to step up their security culture in both the physical and digital second realms. Featuring 2 privacy-hardened devices, hardware hacked by our friend Jam and Biconic. 1. The Ghost Phone, a de-Googled Pixel 3a with Calyx OS. 2. VonuPad Basic, GhostPad T420A privacy laptop, and a Faraday bag to take your devices offline. This Vonu Ghost System Bundle is exclusively available via Liberty Under Attack Publications. Learn more or order today. libertyunderattack.com/GHOSTBUNDLE1. In this technological age, at least right now, some interaction with the digital Babylon beast is necessary. But when we are pushed toward interacting, let us instead choose devices that we own, ones that aren't programmed to rat us out, ones that are as secure as humanly possible, while also balancing the need for an easy user experience. Again, visit libertyunderattack.com/GHOSTBUNDLE1 to order the first ever Vonu Ghost System Bundle. Again, libertyunderattack.com/GHOSTBUNDLE1. See you in the digital second realm.
You've just heard a transmission of the PAZNIA radio network, the entertainment and propaganda arm of the Free Republic of PAZNIA, a public service of the PAZNIA